One, two. Okay. So yes, I'm back. Thank you. This was really in time. So I hope this is not too loud yet. Yes, thank you for noticing me about like the sound. So yes, I will make it like, I don't know, like, why? Okay. So hello Pepe Moraro. Hello, welcome in. Glad to see you again. Glad to see you. So yes, we are vibing today. We continue the development. For those who don't know, I'm game developer. Me and my brother, we make the game called Позжден Vibe. The synthwave sandbox with a lot of customization, if I speak in really briefly. So the links there are somewhere below. How's the game working? Haven't seen you in a while. Oh yes. Yes, so the game is giga interesting new state. So first of all, the new atmosphere, now it has like different color effects, so like different calculate the environment. So it's way more like colorized and, you know, fix some instant reflection. Oh yes, thank you. Thank you. The new engine, so I jumped to a new engine version first of all, 5.8, and plus I am on a really interesting journey learning the C++. So I am in the state of like transferring like my old code, the blueprints, to C++. I will tell you in details in short period of time. Well, yes, the reflections, they are kind of like better actually. What's going on here? Like, yes, the reflections way better. The new like lumens, I guess they improved like the lumens. Well, they look amazing. Thank you. So I use new method of like calculating the like the light bouncing. Basically, I just switch to engine default. Like previously, I had like my own custom one in order to get like more control over like the color of like the environment. However, load variables. Interesting. However, these caused like some artifacts. Draw the clouds insane. Thank you. Yes, this is like the. As for the clouds, this is like the honor to my brother. So as far as I remember, like he spent like a month making like these clouds. So interesting. The new, I have like the new lighting system and terrain acts differently. 100 millions out of 10. The vibe is real. Oh yes, the vibe is super real. So yes, I will show you like really quick how are the presets they're working so far. So this is like the synths. I'm not sure like what are like the graphic quality settings. Let me check it. Graphics. It's epic, actually epic. So what we got? Morning vibe. Oh yes. You know what? I feel like it's a little bit of like somehow this looks like anime. I don't know. Next morning wipe. Okay, yes. Well. The wipe assistant, he has like the new visuals. Again, some weird problems with LOD. The Epic, they changed like their customization. So I need to review everything one more time. So yes, this Saint Road, I think this was already there. Night still the same, like, but now this is way darker, I would say. Global emissive power. The night is giga dark right now. Yes, the lighting is more realistic. Dude, even the reflection on the palm tree is insane. Yes, reflection. So yes, I kind of like just enabled the default engine, some like cool stuff like reflection system. This was already there. Yes, this is like vapor. As for the vapor, I think I could improve like the lighting. I love that sunset color. Thank you, thank you. And what about pink sunset? Another one. Awesome, awesome. And I guess like training grounds, another like night atmosphere. So this is like the new way of like calculating like the sunlight, the atmosphere. Maybe I should add some improvements, but overall, I love it. I love it. What else? What else? So next thing, I have added like the third person like support. Like anytime you can switch between like first person and third person. Any other cool benefits of 5.8? Yes, actually, like the performance is way better. The engine is not lagging just by itself, so it's way more stable, definitely. So they also introduced like the mega lights, but I haven't used them yet. Interesting. So needs to check this thing. I think so many people meme on the engine, they now focus on the performance. Yes, the performance is kind of like, yes, I don't know, like I love the engine, but they just like they add new features, and it's always like experimental and halfway broken, and kind of like, yes, in some way they deserve like their reputation about the performance. However, for the sake of like the fair, people were often make like bad performance actions by themselves. So like for example, now I'm like personally, again, like I have like the counter of like the FPS, the new counter. This is, by the way, fully on C++. So I removed my old blueprint, and also I added like the possibility to check like the current, like how much like this application consumes like memory, and basically I'm kind of like trying to focus on the performance as well. So basically this is like one of the reasons why I'm jumping to C++. the CPU like performance is like significantly like higher, like giga higher, like actually. So I convert like my loading process, replacing some blueprints to C++ functions, and like now I'm like on the way to like working on the atmosphere. So I want to convert this whole atmosphere to C++. So this is gonna be like giga optimized, awesome thing. And just in general, I'm like wants to try to convert everything to C++, because you probably heard like in Unreal Engine 6 they will get rid of the blueprints completely. Like of course, like in 3 years, maybe like plus 10 years, something like that. But eventually they will get rid of the blueprints, and they will introduce like the verse, the new programming language. So it's something like similar to like Godot script, like Lua, something like that. They want to introduce their own like language and make this thing like open source. So they are aiming to the performance. So they are jump to Vulkan, and they want to get rid of the blueprints. So make it so to make the C++ like kind of like everything like in C++ in some way. But still, the verse is like virtual machine. So I've decided to to do like two things. First thing, I've decided to learn the C++, just because like the C++ will not go anywhere. So you will be able to, you still be able to, oh yes, by the way, I totally forgot about one more thing. In C++, you will be able to do anything like anytime. It will not go anywhere. So the verse, they will have like the option like the blueprint. They will be able to call the C++ functions at like any time. The only difference is if you want to become like the Fortnite part of like the Fortnite ecosystem, you have to work only with the verse, because they will forbid like any C++ functions in verse if you're like the part of like the Fortnite metaverse. If you're inside of your own like separate game, do whatever you want. So yes, I decided to learn the C++. And as an extra, I am on an interesting journey, I would say. I am making my own engine in some way, I would say. So yes, for example, here we are. This does not work. This does not work because of what? Because I've made some changes here. Oh yes, here we are. This is like damn, good luck, bro. Please use AI for this to help you, though. AI lately is insane. Maybe yes, I will ask some questions for sure. Like currently, I'm following the old school method. So I'm just like read like the books, something like that. So this is like the OpenGL. Yes, by the way, now I have like functionality in my own editor. We can change like the render view, basically like the same as inside of like the engine. So lit and wireframe. Basically, this is like this is it. This is like this functionality. And basically, this thing is like OpenGL. You can go to like learnopengl.com. This is like free website, and they have like the that's cool. Yeah, yes, thank you. And they have like full tutorial, like step by step, like guide how to make your own engine, like using like with OpenGL. Basically, the result you will get like the really outdated engine, like from the 2000, with all like these limitations from that period of time. But you can have your own engine and you can make like retro games, true retro games, you know, basically. And you don't have to worry about any engine, Unreal Engine updates. But again, I'm not sure like I will like this that I will get like really far, but at least I'm just like it's kind of like a hobby for me on the background to like learn even better like this C++, because it made for old PC. No, because OpenGL, it has like the limitations, so it's kind of pre-made like libraries, drivers. They are work like under the hood, and like very often nobody knows how this thing works, and like more like specifically where like a video card put the data, how they can operate, like work, how the video card work with the data. It makes everything like under the hood by itself, and it has the limitation like I guess like the creators they had no idea about the upcoming technology, so they put some limitations that are like the bottleneck, like as we can say, like for example the video card. Just imagine like the video card, it has like the input somewhere, like, and the OpenGL is kind of everything goes through one input, like only through one place. So this means you cannot like put a lot of data into like this video card input. So that's why we have like a LOD system in the game, like lower resolution, high resolution texture, like height, geometry behind like the camera, all this kind of stuff. This is because of like the limitation of the OpenGL. So currently the industry is reject the OpenGL, so it's kind of like deprecated, outdated, and eventually everybody goes to Vulkan. This bottleneck maybe make better performance, maybe. Still no, not really. You still got like the problems with the performance. Like for example, why the Vulkan? Everybody goes to like the Vulkan, the new technology, and the Vulkan works like in this way. So video card in OpenGL they had only one place. In Vulkan, like any spot in video card is like the place to put like the data. So this is how the Vulkan works, and you can achieve like tremendous amount of like the graphic performance. You will be able to have like 10,000 AI and PC at the same place, a lot of geometry, you know, these nanites, and the performance will be good, still will be good. OpenGL like physically is not capable of doing that. So that's why everybody is joined to Vulkan nowadays. It's a kind of like relatively new technology. Really powerful, but still fresh, a little bit buggy, and really hard to work with it, at least at the very beginning. So if again, like if you want to like render like this cube, like this square in OpenGL, you just like write like this amount of like lines of the code, like literally, like I have almost like 200 lines of code, but basically the 100 is just like work like with the shader, but in reality you only need about like 100 lines of the code. In comparison, if you go to like Vulkan, in comparison, if you go to like Vulkan, so I've tried to work with the Vulkan, open, like reading like the official like documentation, and yes, so this is like, so like you write all this stuff, you write, so it's already like 500 in this place, and in this, yes, this is this place, you know. I'm just like, I'm still like trying to understand what's going on here, and still nothing, so this takes a lot of like time and effort to initialize this thing. So in Vulkan you basically kind of work with the video card directly, so you just like, okay, video card, show me who you are. Oh, you are this thing. Oh, you got like these memory sockets, you got this. So okay, I will send this piece of the data to this point, this, and you start like sending the data to like to the video card directly. In OpenGL, you just call like the function send the data to the video card, and that's it. But in Vulkan, you just like, okay, I'm starting sending. I take the value A and send to this point. I take value B and send to this point. So basically, you have full control over like the video card. And this is like the reason why it's kind of like giga complicated. Like, well, yes, it's really complicated. And plus, there is like recommendation if you want to jump to Vulkan. Start like at least try to understand like the OpenGL. Otherwise, it's kind of like, in my case, like I have no idea about the C++ at all, you know, just in general. Like I'm the newbie, just completely newbie in C++. And somehow I decided to, okay, let me jump to Vulkan. And yes, this was like pain. This was like pure pain, but really interesting, yes, I love like the process, but this takes like a while. And basically I understand that you have to like, now you have to decide, you have to choose what you want to do. Do you want to make like the game or the engine? Because sometimes, very often, like you have to like, you cannot have both. You have to pick only one and make your own engine. This is like the process like for a decade at minimum. So yes, I'm not sure that I will be anywhere like way like too far with like the custom engine, but I don't know, like I just want to play around and maybe I understand even more of these things. So anyway, yes, on the global arena, I am just like learning C++. And as for like the bonus, for example, now I have my own custom overlay, which works with the help of C++. So you can see like this currently. for example, this salute. So this is like my new stream overlay. And this works just in C++. Unreal Engine, of course, but with the help of C++. And the performance is just tremendous. Just tremendous, you know. Previously, I used the default Unreal Engine solutions. And this was... Oh, this was a resource-consuming process, actually. Like, for example, my memory usage was like always like at minimum like 40% of like the memory in total. As well, like around like 40% of like CPU and about 50% of GPU to make this render overlay back then. Now it's almost like 0 and maybe 10, you know, something like that. And yes, these like I've spent like this was like really rough weeks, like previous weeks. So I was converting like the whole project from 5.6 to 5.8 and convert the project to C++. And now that was pain in the ass. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. So this was like a restless week. So I wouldn't say like a person that I made a lot of progress in terms of like the gameplay or something like that. Well, not me, the AI been working overtime, no. I ask AI about this and that stuff because you know, I tried to like convert 5.6 to C++ and there was like the unknown error. And you know, the forums, they kind of like said like yes, there is like the bug. So anyway, turns out this was like the pure pain of like pure bug of like 5.6. The solution was to jump to 5.7 or like higher. So yes, it's nice to have like AI who could like give you some advices. But overall, I want to be able to make all the stuff by myself. Otherwise, this kind of like does not make a sense to me. Like, I don't know, like I want to have the ability to change, adapt, and improve, expand the code just in general. Like, for example, I have everything in blueprints. Yes, but and I can change everything. Like, I know exactly the spots where to go, what to fix, blah blah blah, all this kind of stuff. So yes, I would not put everything on the shoulders of AI. Yeah, you really understand your architecture. Yes, yes, I do. And this was like my kind of like the self-reflection. You know, should you stop like learn the blueprints, something like that? The answer is no. You know, keep learning like the blueprints. You will get like the best thing, like the knowledge of the architecture. You know, where to store the data, how to split the data from each other, all this kind of stuff. And after that you will be able to jump to C++ like a little bit with understanding what's going on. Because you know, AI it's kind of like can you tell me how to do this thing? Sure, here's like the code. And you look at this like, but this is kind of like unperformative. This creates like the cross cross references, plus this is like will be uncomfortable to use in multiplayer, you know, to work with like the data. So like, yes, you really need to understand like the structure on some basic level. I'm trying to do this now. Yes, of course, like the Rome was not built in a day, and plus, as the Stoics says, the like we've discussed this thing on like previous stream. How this thing like called good deeds. These are not. Let me use the translator. I made the mistyping and I was like, what's... So yes, this is like the quote from like the Stoics. With like, I will paraphrase like, good things is not a small thing, like, or good, like good is not a small thing, but it is achieved through small things. So this is actually like the quote from like the Stoics. So this means like every step matters. Like you will get gigantic path. We like with the help of tiny small steps. So yes, like don't be rushed to yourself. Like in terms of like, oh, I need to know everything just right now, and you know, otherwise I'm not like smart or genius, something like that. No, this takes like the time. This takes the time, and it is okay. So this is just like the truth of the life. So yes, like on my personal like level, I would love to figure out to understand how to do the things by myself. Otherwise, you know, you could potentially enter like to the state if for some reason you will not have like the access to AI, or you got like banned, like anything like sanctions, or maybe like there was like the catastrophe in the data center, and basically you have lost everything. You know what you gonna do? Back to stone and stick, you know. Also in my position, I didn't know how to what I was making. I was creating the game as I made it. So I done the same things like 5 times. Each time I improved the system. True. Yes, yes. So it's just in general, just the you know the how the not the sessional is how this thing called nature is natural way of like how this goes basically. So yes, and like me myself like on this journey. So like so far I was able to convert the atmosphere to C++, and what we got here, atmosphere, initialize all like these scene components, like yes, scene components, roots, like clouds, static meshes, attach them to each other, all this kind of stuff. Skylight, direction lights, also category default. Okay, so I just do all this stuff, And when I enter like the game, here we are, we have this thing, they are here. So again, like basically this is in some way like just like tiny things, but you kind of like free the memory, you know, you don't need to use like the virtual machine in order to declare like these components. They are already in C++, you know. For example, yes, this is clever, man, for optimization. Yes, of course, like I have heard, like I have learned that there is like huge difference if you declare like the variable in blueprints and populate and work with this thing in blueprints, in comparison if you declare like the same variable but in C++ and you still work with the variable in the blueprints, the performance still will be like way higher in C++, despite the fact that you still work in blueprints with this thing. So this is just like tiny things. And you know what, I'm not sure, like like the process of loading is really fast. Huh, AI. I'm not sure, like why, what triggers this salute? I'm kind of confused. What triggers this thing? So yes, by the way, my graphics settings, they are in the C++ now, like half of it, and I'm kind of working like moving like the audio settings to C++ as well. And I really noticed, like I'm not sure, maybe this is like the coincidence, like just like I start the play and it's just like instantaneously starts. Instantaneously. Maybe this is like thanks to Unreal Engine like 5.8 performance, or maybe because I removed like my blueprints functions, some of them to C++. For example, I had like just a simple function to yes, I will open and I will back to chat. For example, yes, atmosphere settings. Okay, so for example, I string to bool. Yes, look at this stuff. I made like the specific, like when I read the data, I read like this string and I convert this thing to boolean. Unreal Engine has no such function, so I made like this like for myself, like just tiny convenient function. However, like this works perfect, just fine, good. However, I call this thing like on the begin like play like around like approximately like 200 times per like just puts everything into like the frame. So this might be the problem, you know, actually. So this might be the problem. String to bool. This might be the problem. So I basically convert this exactly the same thing to C++, like to this tiny C++ function. So here we are. This is like in my function library, string to bool name. We enter like the string input. If this thing is like equal true, so like we ignore like any case. So this means like true. In any other case, false. So like just tiny C++ function, which like on like which works exactly the same thing. But I don't know, like maybe I'm kind of like not sure. Maybe this is subjective, but I replaced all my 200 things with this one, and now this it feels way faster actually. What about pre-baked Models. Have you ever done anything like this? Pre-baked models? Not sure what you mean. Pre-baked models. Not sure what you mean. Like any model is kind of like pre-baked in some way. It's just like the polygons. Maybe I'm not sure. AI always suggesting this shit. Yeah, super fast. No robot. Uh, I robot. What you mean? I think I read that Unreal wants to remove blueprint. Yeah. Yes, this is like one of the reasons why I'm learning this C++. When they will remove the blueprints, my suggestion, just like my vibe, my vibe thinking, like we have like at minimum, this is like the legit the data, we have minimum 3 years. So because the Epic, they convert this thing by themselves. Like 3 more years of the blueprints, we will have it. As for the other, I think we have like approximately 10 years. We will have like more 10 years of like the blueprints until they remove it from like the engine. Because like for example, like they have two different input settings, like like smart like input, all this kind of stuff, and the old one. The old one, it says in the engine like it's deprecated. Yo, it's deprecated. This will be removed from the game. Yo, and this thing is like already like it's almost like 10 years in the engine, like still, but still deprecated. You know. This action mappings are now deprecated. Please you use like input mapping context instead. So I assume this is gonna be like the same case with the blueprints. So the blueprints will be with us like 3 more years, like in Unreal Engine 6, and after that they will stop like the blueprints support, and like after that they will like you know we'll need like more decades to adapt to the new verse, so they will be with us for a long time. But I just in general, I just would love to spend this time learning the C++, because like this will be there, like no matter what. Will they bring the blueprints back? Will they remove the verse? They will decide, no, actually we made the big mistake. Now we like full Lua support, you know. You're kind of like, oh my god, what's going on, you know? So you still will be able to use any language and call the C++ functions. So you'll be able to create like your own like cool logic, and just like no matter what, you can call it from the verse, from like the blueprints, from the Lua, no matter, like doesn't matter. So yes, I'm just like I'm on the journey. I'm on the journey learning C++. So far I'm happy. Like, you know, I have like 2 different states of like the mind. First state, like I feel myself as the newbie like developer, like I know what's going on, how to make character like jump, I don't know, like how to spawn like a cube on this scene, like how to create variable, how to get variable, how to set variable, all this kind of stuff, you know. Like, it's kind of like it's crazy. You kind of like start from the kind of like very bottom in some way. You really feel frustrated and really slow down, like you like at the very beginning. From the other hand, you feel kind of like freedom, because well, you can basically do anything with like with the help of C++. JSON, this like parsing stuff, like yes, by the way, this like stream overlay, now it has like the C++ functions, so I can like I can like I can do all this kind of stuff. So I can like write yo, like salute, like I don't know, like lurk, all this kind of stuff with the help of the C++. You know, it's kind of like the new world. The new world is coming. I great. Yes. And in some way it's also like the pain because I work on HDD. So you need to be prepared for the C++. Like I am on the process. Like I have bought like just like recently on the previous like the delivery was on my previous stream. The SSD like M2, so with like the high speed. So I need to put everything like my engine, my project to this hard drive. Otherwise, it's just impossible to work with C++. Good luck. I bet you have dreams about C++. See you another day. Oh, okay. Yes. Thank you for stopping by. We will see someday really soon. Yes. Yes. This was like my journey. What was done like these days. And what we got here? What we got here? So I've created like this structure for the fog. This is like C++ structure. And this works basically, the good news. So I populated it with the new data, and eventually now for example, I have the like structure for the water, structure for the sky, and this component like what else, like structure for the suns, stars, all this kind of stuff. But these structures, they are on the blueprints. So basically I just want to like populate some data here. So data, no, atmosphere data types. So this is for the fog. I need to create like for the sun. I will just like I think I will just create like these structures, and like maybe later I will set the compilation, because I still not installed like the new hard drive, because I was busy this week, so irreal stuff. And plus one of the days I had like no electricity, like for the whole day. So this was like just this was like Wednesday, in the day when I was supposed to put the update. So this is like the first time, I guess, like, or the second, I'm not sure, like I was not able to deliver the update on Wednesday because of like I had no electricity, and as soon as I got it, this was like late evening, and I started like fixing all my atmosphere from like the previous day. So the update was like really deep at night. So yes, I'm not sure, like a lot of things, like I cannot explain how much things I'm working on in the background. Oof. So, and I need to... Oh yes, by the way, can I... No, doesn't matter. I need to... Oh, wait a second. Oh. Hmm. So weird. Why you ignore this stuff? Maybe because I need to reopen this stuff. So I have found that I like the way how I manage the data, like the custom presets. I basically store them as the txt file, and I do a lot of like parsing. So I store like the atmosphere, presets, the game editor, even like the my custom blueprints, which I am not sure that what should I do with them nowadays. This is like big question. I don't know, maybe I will connect the Lua, or maybe I will remove these things. I want to understand and to like to know how to like connect other programming language to like my systems. So this is probably like one of like the reason to like make own engine, to be able to like code inside of this thing from outside. Yes. So anyway, the solution for this thing is to use the JSON, basically. JSON, this is like so far the best and the fastest way to store and read the data, because this use like the tmap array. And like I have no idea like what and how, but in some way these things like say, oh, because the computer used like the hash access, direct access to like the like location of like the file, the data, and it reads the data instantaneously. Reads and writes the data like really fast. So yes, just on the background, it's just like huge, tremendous amount of work. Like, what's going on? Why this thing is like loading is just giga slow? This is like ridiculous. So we will be waiting until that. I I want to maybe add some actual like gameplay work. So I need to put the static mesh to the game. Yes, here we are. Load the asset. Interesting. Really, really interesting. Oh, I have the tiny software which allows to set the transparency for any like window. So like for example, we like go to like this is like browser, content browser, so just like that. And you have the transparent like the lower panel, you know, I guess like engine transparency, so you can use like the engine, but for some reason not the transparent does not work for the Visual Studio. Like what? Like even media player, anything. Oh, streamer.bot does not work. Interesting. Poo. Okay, never mind. So let's do some. Vibe, atmosphere, data storage. Ah, yes. What we got here? Sun, U property, edit anywhere. Actually, we can copy and paste this stuff. Who could ever thought about this thing? And this is gonna be f sun vibe. Okay, so we declare our variable in the temporal file. Here we also did this thing. Atmosphere settings, what we got here? Atmosphere settings. Vibe atmosphere settings. Ah. Vibe atmosphere settings. Sun, fog, sun. Vibe atmosphere types. Sun. And vibe atmosphere. Ah, yes. Everything is correct. So now we need to populate the data with the variables. What are they? Sun. Sunlight color. Sun intensity. So I move this thing here. U property, edit anywhere, read write. Load sun intensity. Yes, by the way, I totally forgot about the music. Boom, boom, boom. Oh. Sun intensity. Let's do by the default. Y is 0. I mean like one float. Next, what we're gonna do? Sun emissive. Let's make it like 10. So this is like the structure what I read. This is like default blueprint structure. Look, yo, Mix says hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Works? So works. Hello. Hello, how are you? How are you today? Did you get the tattoo? I got no electricity, so I was not able to do like too many things. But still, big changes on the background. More C++ stuff incoming. So I'm kind of like almost figure out how to write and save data to JSON files, and this means soon there will be the like viewers on the stream, like as I told like the last time. So yes, many just tremendous amount, like the work on the background is going on. They're just tremendous. It's beautiful. Nice. I'm glad for you, man. I'm glad. Thank you. You're welcome. Of course. I am in some way, you know, happy to, like, for the people who are able to express themselves, like I mean like express their own like creativity. I don't know, when they create like this stuff, you know, the process of the creation, like how this thing, like how this word called, like the process of demiurge, but not the like more modern word. The creation, the process of creation, you know, the energy of the demiurge. I really encourage people to like create like this stuff and like support their things, because it's really hard to create like this and like this stuff, like this I respect. When people despite anything, they keep creating like this stuff and they move this thing, whatever this thing, towards. New property and edit anywhere. F linear color, some gradient 1 equal F linear color and just white color. This means like 0, 1 F, 0 RGB and alpha. Basically now we just Ctrl C, Ctrl V this thing, and there's gonna be some gradient 2 and 3. Right, I certainly respect creators. I have 2 artists involved with my 4 arms. Nice, nice. Why? Yes, I wish. No, next time, like guarantee, next time we will have like the word vibe. Anytime when we get like this emoji, we will see like this, the vibe text. Because I'm in the process of experimenting with my stream overlay to like again read the JSON, and this experiment goes directly to the Lipovzhny vibe in general. So I will be able to create like separate instances of like the placeholder of the information and write and read the data instantaneously. So basically I will read like the chat, and you will be able to have your own like character on this stream, and the data will be saved, read like just instantaneously and giga optimize this thing. So I need just a little bit more time. I'm almost there. So like this so far works. I just want to make this thing like be expandable. So this works only in the stream overlay. Again, I want to be this thing as flexible as possible. So I will bring this thing to the vibe, and yes, like as I said, like the atmosphere, the UI, like what else, like the character, the weapons, all this kind of stuff. Awesome. Is my microphone okay? So during like the absence of the electricity, I cleaned my PC. For some reason the microphone gets louder than when it's in comparison its usual volume. I don't know why and how, but it's way louder now. This doesn't make any sense. Like this is unreal. Like how? Yeah, you sound good here. Yes. So like, for example, the microphone is -3 decibels. This is like the back to original voice sound. 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. It was really loud at the very beginning of this stream. I don't know why, but it's now like this. So sun gradient, all gradients goes white. Yes, next sun type int 32, sun type equal 0. What next? Plot on scale equal, let's make it 10. You know what? I want to move this thing to another place. Okay, sun scale. Where am I again? If the sun gradient goes somewhere down in this like order, sun gradient 1, sun gradient float. So all gradients goes like down. Plot sun gradient equals, okay, for now 0. Sun plot sun gradient contrast plot Okay, this is like good. What else we have left? Sun intensity, sun emissive, sun type, sun scale, and the sun offset. Lot sun offset x equals 0.0 f dot 5 equal, I said equal, and we just copy sun offset y and z. So we got 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13. So all things are here. Good. So yes, by the way, how was put a pic of my tattoo in Discord? Oh yes, You know what? The funny thing, I was thinking a minute ago. Maybe I should create like the chat in Discord where we can like write the things. But I was like, we already have like Discord and we have like the chat where we can write the things. I was like brain like da, 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 da. Wow. Wow. Huge, huge. Amazing. Amazing. Like, this is like giga work. Nice. Get off my brainwaves. Yes. Sometimes I might think about like yes, really cool. So fresh and shiny. So I assume it's you have some sort of like the protection on this thing right now. Awesome. like this is literally PNG JPEG on the skin. Is this like surrounded, like it has like the backside? Yeah, it takes up my forearm wrapped in bandage, bit of blood still in it. I'm assuming this was like giga painful. I don't know, like looking great. So it's like two-sided, this thing. So on the other side it has like the back, or what, or what? Or it's a different like picture. Sound gradient. Okay, let's put these values here. Sound gradient 0. Zero. So this is like for the sound gradient. Just pure yellow sun. What else we got? Sun gradient 4. Default values. Sun intensity 0.1. Yeah, let it be sun intensity 1, yes. Sunlight color, leave it like white. Sun emissive 30. Sun gradient contrast 5. Sun scale 1.6. Sum of set minus 3. And this is what? Y. Yes, nice. These are like exactly the same like structures. Exactly the same structure as the blueprint. But now I have like complete C++ under the hood. I just need to compile this stuff and we will be able to call it, use it, set it, get it. Eventually, like the goal to convert all the variables into like these structures. Not really. I'm kind of weird. Top of arm is not inked. No, I have no idea. Like weird, like what is weird, what is not. I'm just like curious, you know. Maybe I am look at this stuff from like the game dev perspective, you know. What's behind this thing, like, you know? Do we have like the polygons behind this like picture or kind of stuff? So like for example like this, I'm curious, do we have the something behind this thing? So like let's open and we have an empty thing. I'm like, oh, okay. So it's just like my own like I guess prof deformation. I love the excuse me, I guess I need some hydrate. I love the feeling of being tattooed. Takes me to a different world. Hydrate. Oh yes. Cheers. Thank you. So moving forward. I love those cubby-hole windows. Good. Thank you. These are just like spheres. Oh yes, by the way, there is like kind of like a little bit the new way of a renderer. So like now we have somewhere a little bit lighter, somewhere a little bit darker, but overall. So complete selected quest. Quests. Complete this one as well. This one. And this one. So all the quests, they are completed. Yes. I need to convert them to the wipe editor. So yes, actually yes, let's convert them to the wipe editor object. Metal, got it. And we can set any materials basically here. Like even like this one, sure. Or why not? We can do this thing. Oh my god, like there are so many things I want and I need to do. Just crazy. So let's create another structure. What's going on? Why can I use my mouse cursor here? Structure folks, structure sum. Let's create u struct blueprint type. Blueprint. What's going on? Like, what are these random like things? Struct f what? F stars. Stars. We got like stars color. We will do this thing a little bit quick, in a quicker way. New property f near color. Stars color white instead of sun. This is gonna be stars. Next, stars intensity. Stars intensity. What intensity by the default? Ah yes, let's make it like 0, I guess so. AP star tile 486. Stars intensity 1. Stars gradient. Let me check the night. Atmosphere night. Stars intensity 6000. Oh my god. Stars fall off 3. Okay. Boom, boom. So we got boom, this amount of like stars fall off. Fall off. 3. Stars gradient. Zero. Star style 496. Stars intensity 6000. 6000. Oh my god. crazy value. Actually, crazy value. I need to shrink this thing a little bit, otherwise it's... Can you make stars twinkle? Twinkle, what does this mean? Let me translate. Ah. Yes, I think I can. I will write this down. I will write this thing down. Yes. Make stars twinkle. That translate is so nice to have. Oh yes. Oh yes. Technologia. Technologia. Yes, this would be nice. So you just like sit and like observe this thing night sky and like this twinkle, this maybe like this atmosphere distortions and plus like shooting star. Yes, thank you, thank you. Awesome idea, awesome idea. Yeah, that would be really cool. Yes, this is gonna be cool, like in square. Guarantee. Stars. New property stars. 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 Sun. Stars vibe. Good. So this component atmosphere sits as this thing. Data storage. Stars vibe. Got it as well. And vibe atmosphere. Stars. Stars, yes. So yes, now the stars were connected to all my C++ things, and I will be able to call it from the blueprints and make the adjustments, all this cool stuff. Sky, I think sky. Do we have like the sky? Stars? Sun, stars, fog. No, we don't have like the sky. Looks complicated. Yes. This one, yes. This is like maybe one of the reasons why the Epic they decide to get rid of the blueprints, because when the structure is kind of like getting like bigger, it's kind of like you look at your blueprints and you probably see something like that. These are just like the values, like okay, get this value and put this thing here. Oh yes, and this thing here, this goes here, and after this goes here. So yes, at some point you just like the brain adapts to this thing, and you just like you completely ignore all this stuff. It's kind of like when you read like the Matrix, you know, from the movie. You don't see no more like just like symbols. You see like, oh, this is like the building, this is like, I think I see the basic logic. I think I see the basic logic somehow triggered the salute. Why? I think I see the basic logic. Yes, it's really not complicated as it seems. At some point, yes, at some level you will be able to like understand, like, you know. Sometimes it's really simple. Like, for example, for example, you have somewhere like on the screen the number, you know, like house, for example. And for example, you have like the blueprint, like what can I say? Like, for example, you have the blueprint, like the actor or whatever, like this trigger box. If we open this trigger box, like it has like this trigger box, and it's by default has some inputs. What might happen when we enter this trigger box? We do some stuff, but basically we can do like the basic mathematics here. So for example, we have like player health, the value like health. For example, we somewhere, so we can get this value from here or from here, you know. Basically this is like the way where we can get this value, and we can get this value, do like this really crazy mathematics. We got our health, for example, it's like it has 100, and we minus 50, and we set this value. So this happens when we like trigger this thing. So basically that's it. And as for the rest thing, you just like connect this value to like to the interface, to like other conditions. So again, like we have like condition, which in Unreal Engine called like branch. So if our current value, another just simple math, less than equal, for example, 0, so this means like we can call like event, like we write some event which do other stuff like this. Все, finita la commedia. And yes, basically these are just like tiny get in. In C++, as far as I can get, these things they are replaced by these two dots. So in C++, instead of these macaronis, usually you might have like two dots in order to get like this thing, like from the player state to get this thing. You just like, yeah, basically, yes, look at this stuff, how genius, like two dots. And basically if we go to C++, two dots, like, but yes, four dots, but I learned beginner coding on Mac in the late 80s. I also had a few logic classes. Awesome. So you are the programmer, like at some level you are the programmer, like legit. This is nice. Plus 80s, Miami style. Why city? This automatically adds like plus 100 to coolness, you know, 80s. Yeah, weird stuff. But basically this is kind of like these dots, this is just like kind of like the cast. So this is more something like this. Actor cast pawn. And after that we get the value. Why it's frozen right now? I don't get it. Everything is frozen. Yes, I just like Unreal Engine with the blueprints is the blessing. I don't know, like the time consuming is like make everything in C++ is way like bigger. Like in order to create like these structures, these variables, this is like so fast and easy in blueprints. Still like stuck, like what's going on here? In C++ it's kind of like you write like the book, you know. Glad to see you have the whole glass of water. Good job. Yes, thank you. I'm not sure that I got like fancy drinking like shakes bottles, but at least I got this thing. How this thing called, like, yes, glass, but it has different name. I also have like this 3 liters like bottle. Maybe I should use 3 liters as well, you know, to make sure that we drink enough of water. So if 3-liter bottle is not empty by the end of the day, you probably missed something. And drink out of them too. Yes, legit. Rodrigo, yo, hello. Hello, man, hello. How are you? Привет, yo, hello, yes. Salute. Works. Rodrigo. I have a 64-ounce water bottle. Ounce. So I need to like convert this thing. Ounce to liters. Yes. Yes, this is like the best, like the gold standard. Like for me it's like almost 2 liters. Yes. Ounce. Yes, 64. Interesting, 64. It's like 32, but 64. You know, 128. So you are indeed the programmer. You know what? For the day, yes. So this is like the recommended amount for the day. But again, like, do not forget to like put other minerals, otherwise it's kind of like you just like blow everything out of your body. Good, I have to prepare lunch, so lurking for now. Look. It works. So yes, you triggered all of the keywords so far. Almost all the triggered all words. Thank you. So yes, glad you joined, Rodrigo. Glad you joined. And yes, of course, bon appetit. Bon appetite. And we are doing some C++. So we finished like the stars. I guess we can now work with like the skylight. Here, struct f sky but it's not kind of like skylight. This is more like atmosphere. Atmosphere. What? Struct atmosphere. What was that? Yes. Atmosphere. So I guess sky. Skylight color. Light color by the default one. Skylight intensity by default one as well. So you property, another one. Plot equal F1. Sky gradient all and sky top. Sky. Sky gradient on. The values, they are crazy, so I need to somehow adjust them to make them like smaller. Otherwise, like, what's the point like dragging like 3000 value? So I will bring them. Otherwise, the value are crazy. By the way, let me check the streams. And yes, we have the magic command for random people. So sky gradient. Sky gradient offset, then I think so. Sky gradient not all, but offset. Sky gradient offset. By default, it's like 300,000. Bad value. I couldn't get in VR other night, but there were some big updates today. So yes, the previous update. Yes, the VR should work right now. So as the moment when I converted this thing to like new engine version, and I converted and C++, the Epic they removed, let's say, like the command that allows me to like enter the VR at any time in real time. Like they removed this option from the from the engine. Let's say like it's a little bit different story. This is how the engine's supposed to work. But so yes, I rewrote like this chunk of the code. The VR should work. The VR should work right now, like starting from this version that updated like yesterday. All this stuff from the previous streams, yes. Should work. I will, you know what, I think after this stream, I will launch the VR like by myself to make sure like this works, because again, like I had no electricity, like no a lot of irreal stuff. Anyway, so I want to make sure that the VR works. It should work. It should. If not, I will make the hotfix like before the next update, like really recently, maybe like tomorrow, like or something like that. I will make the hotfix in order to make sure like this will work like 100%. But this should work already like the possibility 90%. We'll probably get back in tonight. I'm not pressing. I know this is a project. Yes, thank you for understanding. But yes, anyway, like I have kind of like tiny goal. I really would love to give you like this experience as soon as I can. So I will try to do this thing like anyway. I will test it. Like this, like 90% that this will work. I just want to make sure that it's 100%. Sky gradient 1. Sky gradient 1. Values crazy. Like I need to know like mid, low, and high. So let's rename them, because any player will be able to read this config file, and I want to have like more readable stuff. Oh yes, and the same thing for this sun. Yes. Rename it to like not gradient 1, gradient 2, gradient 3. Rename it like mid, low, and the top. Where's my sun? AP sun. Oh, let's do AP stars first. So we will be able to see the sun. AP sun. Rise this thing and see. So sun gradient 1, this is top. Sun gradient 2, middle. And sun gradient 3, bottom. Okay. Sun gradient top, mid, bot. Okay, middle, bottom. Atmosphere. So this goes like top, mid, bottom. sky color top, sky color middle, sky color bottom. Okay, sky. Control 1, control 2, control 3. Okay, let's do like one after another one. So this goes sky color top offset. Sky color middle. Middle offset. And sky color bottom. Did you hear this thing? Like someone starts drilling. So offsets, global offset, and what's the sky top? Sky top. Sky top. Global sky ups. Why I use this thing like sky top? Like, do I need this thing at all? Do I need this thing? Sky gradient all? This moves like all? Okay, what if all and you know what? I need to rename it like sky smoothness, you know, in some way. Sky gradient smooth. Makes it look ominous. In some way it is, you know, look at this stuff. You can have this atmosphere. opacity and night. Yes, looking quite ominous. I think so. Sky gradient offset, and after that sky gradient, like not smoothness, like smooth, okay, smoothness. Sky so this was like 2000, blah, 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 blah. So these two gigantic values. Where should I put like the clouds? To the atmosphere as well? I think so. Or like some sort of like weather. I think I should create like some sort of like weather, you know, maybe like a wind like power, like clouds. Not sure. Rain, yes, like rain. We have the rain, but I'm not sure. Like we have the rain, but I'm sure that have I connected this thing like rain, rain, train. Digital rain. I have digital rain. Rain text, what is this? Ah, yes, digital, the same. We have, at least like in our previous like game, we had like the rain. We just need to put this thing here. So yes, I'm not sure how should I split these structures. Like cloud, is this like part of like the atmosphere, or is this like the part of the weather? And what else should goes to this structure? That's cool. I love the little squares. Oh, thank you. These are so these are like the selection, but overall these are like these 0 and 1. Just fall in zeros and ones. Can we set the amount? Okay, so I just like duplicate this stuff. So we have this kind of like rain. Digital numbers. Oh, no water. Well, maybe this is like enough. Maybe this is enough. Maybe this is enough so far. So add this structure everywhere and we can move to something different. Fog, stars, atmosphere. 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 Atmosphere vibe. And this is not stars, this goes to atmosphere. You know what, why I put like fog, sun, stars? This is like the structure. So let's combine them. Atmosphere everywhere. What do you mean F atmosphere not found? Huh? Huh? F atmosphere. Did I type this thing correctly? I think I made like the mistake. Atmosphere. Misspell. Skylight, skylight, sky, 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 skylight, skylight. Okay. Go back to wipe atmosphere settings. Atmosphere settings. So we go get like atmosphere F, atmosphere vibe, atmosphere atmosphere types. Atmosphere data storage. So atmosphere, copy, paste, atmosphere F, atmosphere vibe. Good, and atmosphere H. Atmosphere. So I think everything is correct. Yes, wipe atmosphere, data storage, and settings. Atmosphere, yes. Data storage, atmosphere, settings, yes. Everything is like here, at the correct place. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 structures. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We will eventually like get rid of the existing ones, and this is gonna be like way faster. We will not do any compilation right now. Again, this does not make any sense. This will take like an hour, like, no. We will keep working on the, I assume, like the quest. So I asked like my brother to combine these things in order to have only one nice mesh. So SM platform. SM platform. Here we are. Exactly the same thing. Awesome. This is kind of like tiny optimization. Like, I've decided to add extra optimization to the vibe editor. This will be useful in the future. So in terms of like how this works inside of the engine, so these are like all separate objects, and we can see them like they are divided by like the lines. And we in total we can like have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and blah 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 blah. Eventually this is like the amount of things that goes into like the video card. So this is like amount of like things the video card like spends in order to draw the things. So you just take the space from the video card to draw the things. This could be solved easily by just combining all of these things like into one giga mesh, let's say it. And this basically you just take one piece of like the memory from like the video card. So this is in some way this is the optimization. Eventually, if you have like small like maps, I don't know, like something like that, not many objects, and you don't care about like the memory of the video card, it's totally okay. Do these things. Really, it's totally okay. However, if you have the big plans like we do in the vibe, we need to create like the miracle. And I think this is like as extra like cool thing to know, like the way that I'm making like my own engine in terms of like just understand how the engine works, to know a little bit more like under the hood what's going on there. And this could potentially gives me like the new insights. What we can do. Huh. Are you kidding me? Like, what's going on? Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Huh? Ctrl C, Ctrl V. Yes. Now this is like ideal. Ideal. And this, we can delete everything. So this is like the new position. So this is kind of like the more optimization. Again, like I've added like this thing like as extra to track like the memory consume. So like 4 gigabytes, okay, like usually it's around like this it's around like this value. Yes, this might goes like way higher because like I load extra stuff. Yes, we have the collision, nice. So we will create the new preset specifically for this area, and we will play around with like this like visual style. So preset, how this thing in English, like square, I guess, square. Yeah, so this is like correct word and meaning, but oh my god, what's going on, Google? Why you just like cannot open like the website of your own? Where area, space, plaza, place, piazza, yardage, square. So okay, reset, square, 0, 1. Zero, 1. That's cool. I love the little squares. I want the whole world neon vibe. Nice. With black light posters. Black light posters. Black. How is black light posters? Ah. Mm. Yes, this is like nice. Ah, oh yes, yes, yes. This is what you mean. The fluorescent paintings. We have the paintings actually already in the game, like, but the style is like for now quite simple. Paint, paint. I guess B. No, paint A. So yes, we can have like these paintings, and we can set them like to be in some way like glowing. So in theory, yes, we have such thing. This is like maximum. But yes. I'm playing this with ideas in my head. Awesome, awesome, yes, awesome. I really need to make the game editor, you know, a little bit more easy to like use, to understand, master, you know, like so far I was, perhaps I'm in some way inside of my soul the programmer, who knows, and because I recreated kind of like the exactly same thing as the game editor UnrealEngine, you know, and I'm thinking maybe it's kind of like not in some way not really user-friendly thing, you know. Maybe I should redo the stuff so you can like work inside of this thing more intuitive. Yes, this is like another task to do. So as for, we can select the preset for this thing. So this could be like the visual style, like by default. Also, as for the preset, I assume we will have like this visual style by default, so we can like select between of these things and maybe add like the neon style to this thing, and maybe white style. Oh yes, look at this stuff, the carpet. Eventually I'll be exploring them. And I love to hear it. The neon just looks so good. This needs to be added to stream overlay anytime when we type philosophy in the chat. Guarantee. So let's create the new yes, by the way, string to bool, maybe we can already remove this thing completely. And get rid of this stuff. Yes, we got some errors somewhere, but eventually, as soon as we play the start, yes, we will see them. By default, let's make it true. String to bool. This is just another place for the optimization. Am I right? That's it? That's it? Only 2 places with this thing? Square 1. Set square 1. Okay. So what we got here? Remove. Wrote add static mesh. Add static mesh. And preset, no, not name. Square, yes, custom data. Okay. Drop. Copy. Paste. 90. Good. And now we need to make the preset. So set preset construction script. Create dynamic material instance. Okay, one, this gonna be Rails Rails. This feels a little bit so weird actually to write these things in blueprints. Like in some way this is like old nostalgia, but it's already gone. I don't know, it's so weird states, like, because I feel myself, oh, someday this will be gone, this will be removed, and everything will be C++, but I love this thing so much. Really weird. How should I make this thing? So first thing first, we go like this. So we understand our value. Here we value. Next, switch on integer. So let's start with two elements, for example. Oh, okay, is this thing equals -1? For now, do nothing. So if this thing like by default, so we take I see the place where we can optimize this thing. So this will use less of memory. SM sphere. Rails. So let's do this thing in a really good way. Okay, I know this needs to be optimized and I already know how, but this will be not really like comfortable to use in the game editor. So basically, anytime I will reset my value, mrails for example, and call the async function to load the specific material what I need, because so far this is like the hard reference. I will use the soft reference. After that, I will make sure that the this value is like here, is ready. And after that, I will set the parameters, basically. And this means we still can have a lot of like different variations of like the customization, but the performance will be good. Like the memory usage in like the first, like the most important. So Rails, this one. And in this case, Rails goes to this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Set vector parameter value color this. And emissive 3. Okay, 3. I thought that this should be 7. Okay, 3 then 3. Oh yes. Set scalar parameter value emissive 3. Or we can use create material instance. Name it like orange instance material base orange, and we set this thing as emissive 3, and the color goes here. Three. Why it's 3? Like I thought this should be like some sort of like 7. Okay, let's start with 3. We will see. And we can use like this. What next? This is gonna be top. And top gonna be this one. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Just got a new used quest in the mail. Setup time, lurk. Oh yo, nice. Good luck with this stuff, yes. Where's the lurk? Where's the lurk? Where's the message? Lurk. Lurk. This should be... Oh. Hmm. Yes. Nice, 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 nice. Yes, this is like the responsibility. Double responsibility. I will make sure that the quest, the VR is working after this stream, and we'll make the hotfix just in case if it's not. And you know what? Set material to that's 2. Like this. Okay, this is like presets. Let's see if this already works. This should work. So index 1, index 0. So yes, so this is like another preset. We can select one of these things. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So, okay. Material index. Get reference. If this thing is 0, mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. And emissive. Okay. Rails color. Rails color. Grid color. It's really complicated. How should I store this data? Dynamically or not? Or manually? So how does the grep notify? complicated, complicated. I'll open the balcony. Okay. I realized I need to redo my structure. So I was thinking about how can I split these values. So basically, in our main menu, we will see like, okay, select the material like 0, 1, blah blah blah, and basically I like switch materials, yes, and I also want to completely switch the interface front end. So I will I get rid of the like parameters that we don't need, and only use that we use, you know, like so this thing is really like still like giga flexible, bools, floats, integers, strings, colors, but this is basically one for one material. I need custom values transform into the custom values array. So basically I will be able to like add I will be able to switch between these indexes. So I guess I also need like selected index. I need to have the selected index, another integer, and yes, we will continue to do this cool stuff. Nice, 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 nice. So, should we do this crazy thing right now? So, step preset data. Step preset custom values type. Now I have extra layer of difficulties on top, because in a good way I should create like C++ actor, like presets. Okay, this is like way too much work to do this thing on the fly. So we will work with the blueprints. So we create the integer, selected values index, and this goes to array. So the index goes here. Actually, we can like get actually reference. Now I know the difference between like get copy and get reference. Basically, in C++, this means we use like the director, like like string, something like we use like this sign. This means we save the memory and the process time. We get like the existing data, so we work with the existing data. If we create like if we get just like that, we basically get all this data, copy into like the memory and work with like the new data, exactly the same, but basically the new data. So for the performance, it's better to use like this thing. It's better. It's faster. And here we are. We will put like only the values that we need. Just like that, just like that, just like that, just like that. So this is emissive. Happy Friday! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sorry if I was like for too long. I was in giga thinking process. Happy Friday to you as well. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. We are making like the vibe. This is like the synthwave sandbox, where you will be able to customize everything. Everything. Game mods, game rules, interface, atmosphere, environment, and yes, a lot of customization. So I'm working with UnrealEngine, and I'm currently on a very difficult journey of thinking the structure, the future structure, the possible like things that might or they will happen during like the work with the game. So the game has the built-in editor, which works in multiplayer, by the way. So it's kind of like process that makes everything giga complicated. And I made like the mistake. I realize I made the mistake in the past in my like structure, and now I'm suffer from my own actions. Many interesting ideas. I assume it's time to make a tea. I was thinking maybe I should set the compilation. No. Yes, I lost all my custom values. Ah! It's good to have the backup. So yes, this was I was worried about changing like just single variable into like array, because like this almost guarantee I lose all my customization options, and I did lost these things. I will open my backup project and copy values. Easy. This is gonna be really easy. So the only thing I need to like go through all this stuff and get like put everything back. Yes. So nothing really crazy. Nothing really crazy. Everything is giga understandable. The only thing I need to do is to like extend my front end. So as soon as like we change like our index, we like restructurize like our UI, and I think that's it. I think that's it. Later, I basically create like the new actor C++ like preset main, and I will create like the new structure for the preset. Like I I'm not sure like do I have like enough knowledge for like in C++, like should I create like the separate data type file, or like is it enough to store the data inside of these things? So like this is like what I need to find out, and after that I will just like slowly replace with my new C++ variable. We will get double caffeine. First one just tea. Second one coffee with caffeine. So for now let's was that hot water or tea I heard? Yes. Oh, interesting. The sensitivity of the microphone is really odd. Like you hear like from my kitchen the sound of this tea, how this tea spot, but you don't hear like the drill. What do you drink? I drink the tea. Still like the Curtis thing. It is. Yes, by the way, the coffee is ready. I will grab the coffee and I will grab the tea what I drink. Yep, sounds good. I think I will get some Earl Grey. Nice, nice. Like, I don't know, like, I feel really... I feel really... I need an energy, so I decided to just do both of them. So... These days, Curtis Isabella grape flavored black tea. So this kind of stuff. This is like learn more. Learn more if someone wants to learn more. I don't know, this is just like regular cheap tea in our local store. Like, I don't know, like, do I have good taste in the tea or not? Tastes okay. Taste okay. Oh, that's looks tasty too. Yes, I love these like berries in some sort of like this, like not just tea, but sometimes like different like berries, something like that. This helps me in some way to like combat sugar consuming. Plus, like dry grapes, just like these dry grapes also helps to reduce like the sugar consume instead of like, yes, instead of sugar. I've got some blackberry circus too. Yeah. Wow. So it's international tea. Nice. Awesome. Cool. I would like, usually in this case I say like прикольно. Cool. It's cool. Interesting, like прикольно. International tea. Cool. I don't know, this is like, this is so like boring translation like of this word, like cool, cool, cool. I don't know, like прикольно, like pretty cool, pretty cool. Let's say pretty cool, pretty cool. Like literally, like this word, like this, this literally means like cool, but pre-cool. In our sense, it's more like it's cool, but not enough. Like, but it's cool, you know? You know, like, interesting, like this meaning, like, pretty cool. Yes, now I know like really specific definition. Pretty cool. Cool, but not yet really cool. It's pretty cool. This is like the discovery for myself, I guess so. Not trying to make you work harder. This is me, I guess. I just I catch something and I start thinking about it. Nuance of language. Yes, like I never thought about this thing, you know. Usually, like again, we are philosophers, you know. When you become a philosopher, as soon as you start asking yourself why you speaking this way and thinking this way and blah 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 blah. And usually I never like noticed like, yes, everybody says like, oh, not everybody, like a lot of people says like pretty cool, and I never thought about this thing. So it's kind of something like nature, like apple, like nails, like weather, like water, you know, everybody use these things. And I never ask myself, why? Why pretty cool? And I'm sure like nobody asks themselves. They know the meaning, but they cannot explain this thing. And I think I can explain at least to myself. This is like English word, cool, but this is not giga like amazing thing, but it's still cool, but not cool enough. So it's like pre-alpha, pre-cool, like, you know, this kind of stuff. So human editor. So I've opened my game editor, another, the backup. Maps, sandbox. Yes, completely different like lighting. The way it's spoken aloud changes the meaning slightly too. Yes, like for example, I don't know, like in Russian, usually like everybody knows like BMW, for example, like the trademark of like the cars. But in our language, we say BMW, you know, it's V instead of W. So it was like, wow, it's way too long to say W, but it's kind of looks like a V in some way. Okay, let it be V. BMW. So this is how this goes. So yes, and like the way it's spoken, and it's a little slightly different. But yes, like as far as I like observe, just in general, a lot of like English words like in Russian language, they just like just regular, just like it feels like it's part of like the Russian language, at least in Belarus. At least in Belarus, as far as I know, like more people like in comparison to like for example like Russia, like more like people in Belarus, they know English and they speak like at least minimum 3 languages minimum in Belarus. We have like Belarusian language, Russian, English. Very often like in schools we have like the option to select English or German. So lazy speech. Yes, I had no idea, like really, I was sure like 100%. Everybody says BMW. Like even like the Germans, they say BMW. But propaganda does its dirty work. I've been trying to learn Spanish. Yes, beautiful language, really interesting. Spanish, really interesting. Like, uno, dos, tres, cuatros, finto, like something like that. Like, I just grabbed some words. Like when I was like dancing bachata, it's like the best teachers in the bachata. Of course, they are like usually like the Spain speaking people. So you know, it's sometimes, you know, culita, like something like that. Took German and Romanian in school. Don't understand any of it. Entschuldigung, Sie bitte. Wie heißt du? It's complicated. Like I have no idea about the Romanian, but the Deutsch is, yes, it's way like complicated. So yes, frames. Oh yes, I can I just copy colors. Human editor, custom data, add another one, colors, paste, colors. As for this thing, completed. Go back here and get as a reference. Yes, now we know in C++ better use the reference. I assume the same in Blueprint, so we just store extra free memory. Save extra free memory. Why are you shaking? I want to live in Mexico, but that's a dream. Maybe, you know. I remember the times when I wanted to live in somewhere in Florida, Miami, you know, palms, 80s. But the life said, you know what? I got the surprise for you. So I've decided, okay, here is the palm, here is the 80s. In some way, this is my my way of living in Miami. Who knows? Maybe I would never start making the vibe, because I don't need. I'm living in Miami already. Why? The palms everywhere. Oh, I visit Miami in Google Maps. Yes, this was quite interesting experience. Why are you not working? Why are you not showing me any errors here? Huh? Ah, this thing. It's fascinating, you know, sometimes to see Belarus and Miami just completely two different planets. We have a lot of green areas. For example, you are walking imagine if you live in Belarus, you are always walking in the park, something like that. It's nice, really nice. So, Vibe City. Preset, wall preset. Colors, copy. And colors, paste. Whatever works. Evolution. I visit my favorite place in Mexico in VR. Oops. Yes, sure, why not? This is one of the reasons VR exists. Yes, nice solution, you know. And plus it's always, you know, the grass is greener, all this kind of stuff. Let's be stoic for a moment, you know. The poor man is not the one who has a little, is the one who has not enough. And personally, I have noticed, observing myself, other people, when they feel like there is like somewhere better place, something like that, it's kind of like it drives you away from kind of like happiness, you know. We need sometimes to admire and be appreciated for what we have already, you know. The grass is greener, this partner or that partner is better, I worse, all this kind of stuff, like this endless chase, this leads to nowhere. And again, according to like the science, how the brain works, the arc with reinforced backend, you will not be able to like catch the happiness. It's always like the chase. So it's better to some way, like, of course, like it is the quite normal. Again, the stoicism, they are not against like these, they are not the ascets, like ascets, they like this is like it's okay to like to strive to something better, but do try to not get lost in this like race, you know. Always be somewhere in the middle. So yes, it's nice. Plus, every time it's kind of like we romanticize like other countries. Like one thing is to just visit for like couple of weeks this country and this one experience and just complete. Another one is to live there. You know, it's completely like two different worlds. Just like you might think like, I wish I could like live back in my place, something like that. Well, yes, well, deserts feel better. Well, no better place than my room. I'm very content with my space. Yes, the Stoics would say like no better place than my own head. Yes, like the Viktor Frankl, he used like the Stoicism as the coping mechanism, like during like this World War Second one, in the camps, in these concentration camps. Usually the Stoicism is really useful for those who lives inside of their heads as well, like the schizoids part of like the character. Yes, VR another good option. The only thing I always like get like the notifications and reminders, you know. Don't live completely inside of your head. Try to find like the balance. The best way is to combine these worlds. Like you have world inside your head, and we have like the world where we all like I don't know, connected, or like we live, see each other. So it's cool to combine them, you know. It's more, way more healthier. Well, my tattoo matches my room. Pastel, rainbows everywhere. Nice, nice. So you like, huh? Yes, this is like you actually like I think so. Like you bring your inner world to outside world in this way. This is like basically this is the same thing. The thing that I do as well. Like inside my head, I love like the palms. I love the neon, and we got like the palms, neon, this and that, and I guess like the clothes. I really don't care about the clothes, but in some way it's maybe similar to the 80s. Yes, so the clothes is just completely different thing. I once I remember I made like the experiment, the mental experiment with like the clothes. A wall after and wall before. Uh-huh. Wall after and wall before. I made the experiment after, before. The perception of your own like ego, of your own self, when you change like the clothes, like intentionally. This was like really interesting experiment. Yes, I am. And you dress kind of Miami Vice. Thank you for the compliment. Maybe yes, maybe it is in some way. It is in some way. Like well, it's something really decent, but I really really don't care too much about this thing. It's nice, yes, but it's okay if I like wear like complete nonsense. Like again, my experiment was like I was wearing like I was thinking like how would I perceive myself if I wear like a suit in like the society. And it was weird, like everybody was like, oh, hello mister, hello sir, welcome in mr sir, like, you know, this kind of stuff, like sudden respect from out of blue. And I was like, okay, now let's do like 180, let's switch this thing. So I put on like giga dirty clothes, like with like holes, like smell spots, like all this kind of stuff. And you know, I was walking one more time and was like, ew, not sir, ew, not welcome sir, like all this kind of stuff. And I felt like how, and this was like the moment of realization that I'm not like the one who like I am something more, like just like a human. This is like really interesting ego training stuff, and understanding that you are not your appearance, your clothes. You are something different. This is like goes to the philosophy of like ego destruction, and the high like level conscience in the therapy, like when you like split from your ego and start to observe yourself from the distance, like, you know, really interesting experience. Yes, observation as well as compliment. I feel the same. I dress and I have dressed in similar way. I get sudden respect when my gender is questionable. Well, this is like, to me, this is like another, how to say, like, confirmation about that we are really do not really understand what we are, like what the human is, like in general. It's really subjective, and the ego is in some way really helpful and really harmful thing. Again, like as I said, like my theory about like the structures, like the entropy, the fight with the entropy. As soon as we like something like threatens to our ego, you're sir, no I'm ma'am, you're ma'am, no I'm sir, all this kind of stuff, this shakes like the ego, and this creates like the the unnecessary tension inside of your head. and this creates like the fear, this creates like the anger, and like the better way to not like interact into this thing, and like again like develop the skill of like the tolerance to the like to the to these things, you know. Very often when I was like visiting like other countries, like the exhibitions like during like the work, and a lot of people they meet each other, it's really like complicated to remember like the names of people, and very often I was like named just like random names, you know. And I was okay with this thing, like who cares, like the name is another like construct, let's. But again, this is more like work with the ego. It's really complicated stuff, because there is like the specific like the mental disorder like which called derealization, when person completely lost like his own ego, and it's kind of like it has big consequences, like it's in some way this is psychosis, when person is not able to differentiate his own or her own structure, like structure of like the mind, like the picture of like where am I, who am I, all this kind of stuff. This is like close to psychosis, and it's possible really dangerous thing for the person and for those who surrounds this person. But still, it is kind of like so it's all about like the balance. It's all about the balance, because the philosophy in some way like really kindly says you, yo, come on, get rid of your ego just a little bit, this will help you. Therapy says the same thing, you know, just take it easy, you know, but not too not too much, otherwise this is like the path to psychosis. Again, like I heard like people got some misunderstanding what psychosis like means. Psychosis is like, as far as I understand, this is like the state of like the mind when the mind starts like the value do not match like the variable do not match like the value. So like people forgot like what does this means, like night, day, like who am I human, am I like man, woman, am I like tree, am I stone, like am I table, and something like that. This is like just like the inability of the brain to sustain its own structure. So it's similar to like something to like schizophrenia. So it's the brain, it starts to like just random things. This is like really sad things. Like I really sorry for those who like unintentionally faced with these things. Like the people, they really suffer, like they forgot like their beloved ones, like their friends, their family, like their experience. It's way it's sad. It's sad. So this is like one of the reasons like why like the psychiatrists, they never advise to use any drugs, you know, all this kind of stuff, because this might lead to psychosis. I'm very familiar with derealization, but I go there on purpose through the meditation. I guess if you do this like on the purpose, I guess like in terms of like the research, you know, you kind of like control this stuff. I guess the truth is somewhere like in the between. again, this is like again, I believe like the stoicism is like the good like reminder, you know, do not go to these highs and do not go to these highs. Try to be somewhere like here, you know. You don't need to go like to the extreme sides. This is like I try to follow these things, and sometimes the life gets better and easier. But again, another thing is do not attach yourself to like really one specific thing. That, hey, I am A, and we are A, and we intolerate everyone who is not A. You know, this is like the road to... This is the dark path. And this leads very often to really bad things. And again, this is just another thing, but what is like the depression? This is like this specific term, like the cut from in front, like from in front. So basically you as soon as you attach to like to everything to A, and this is like your structure. And as soon as your structure like disappears for some reason, like the A is gone, it's no longer trend, or the A is like dead, or the A is not available, your structure becomes like, and you feel like fear, like anger, like a lot of like emotions. And here comes like the depression. Turn off these like destructive feelings. We need to like get together. We need to find B, you know, this kind of stuff. So every therapy, they kind of like try to give the idea to a person that you are not A, but you're not a B, and you are not a C. You could be like this way. This is way more stable than just A or B. I live like a spoiled rotten cat. My partner is like that. He is very structured. Whole day is blown if whole day is blown off if A or B is gone. So yes, the structure, we need to have like the structures, like we need at least at some point, like at like our own thing, you know. Again, I keep like listening like these therapy like discussions about this and that stuff, and many people, they kind of like experience this anxiety, this stress, these things and that, like depression, like all these like uncertainties, because they like, again, my explanation, they like fear of the entropy, like they do not have like the structure. Nowadays we have in some way like the existential crisis of the ideas, I would say. And basically like the therapy, it gives you like the philosophy, it's teach you to create your own structure. And again, like some people find this structure inside of their work, family, like society, state, religion, like their own like activities, or the philosophy. As far as I see, like many people who join the philosophy, they become like more stable, I would say, in some way, like mentally. Like the stoicism, for example, this is like the number one if you have some like struggles. Because again, just in general, all cognitive therapy was based on the philosophy of the stoicism. So basically, when you speak with the therapist, you kind of like speak with the philosopher Stoic. in some way. Intentionally or not intentionally, who knows? Yes, learn how to think, not what to think. Yes, yes. And again, be very cautious about people who tell you what to think. Like, oh, we should do this way because this is right, you know? 90% of the time this leads to really bad outcome. The history proves itself like over and over and over and over and over again. Usually these people start as very virtual guys and girls. Religion. Religion helps people in some way. So I see this thing. I understand how this works. I respect the religion, like what they bring to us, what they bring to people. Sure. And I see this thing. If this helps, yes, sure, of course. Why not? This makes you like more stable, and if you like become like more procreative, like I mean you start like contribute to like I guess like let's say like to society, and you are stable. This means like and you do not like oppose others. So you're like, we are A, so the B should be gone, you know. If there is no such a thing, then it's quite healthy. The problem with this thing is because, like, how these people said, bad actors, they like twist these really like in some way cool humanistic like ideas, and they twist them into like a really tyrannic thing. So in this case, yes, in this case it's a problem. It's a big problem. Wanna hear a Nietzsche fact? No. Welcome in. I have heard about like the Nietzsche, but I think I have no authority to make comments about any specific task, because like I don't know, I haven't heard like more deep, and I don't understand his idea and concept, you know. Plus it's always, we need the context. We need the context why. Like I know people says that he is quite nihilistic, but we need the content why. Maybe he had like a really bad day at that time. I don't know. So I can say like more about like the Stoicism, you know. I read a lot of the Stoicism, and I know just like, at least at some level I can explain this thing, but I cannot explain like the Nietzsche, because I don't know, like I don't have the authority. What to think, not how to. I'm in the States, I have an attitude. I like how your brain works. Vibe. Thank you for the vibe. Oh yes, I will add this. I will add this word really soon. Thank you, thank you. Well, this is I guess how the brain works. Like I got like the explanation because like I got like the schizoid personality. This is like in general these persons like works operate and think. It's kind of like more abstract, not like the directly. It's kind of try to find like the truth, plus a lot of personal work, you know, with ego. I can say like there are many things that I have no idea how they work, and it's nice to find out how they work. I'm just curious, like how things in general works, like why people acts, reacts, works in these specific ways. With this thing, with like the entropy, like I feel like I reached like the point, like the end point in some way. Like there is nothing like more like left. Like this is like the core. And in some way it's kind of like the relief. Really interesting. The easiest thing, as I said like previously, like be cautious about those who speaks emotionally. They give like these like labels about like the intelligence, the appearance, like how they are smart in comparison, like all this kind of stuff. Like these are bad guys, girls, these are good guys, girls. These are usually the last persons you should hear. Usually. And of what? Like these, the endless, the eternal, let's say in quote, question for the humanity. What are the purpose? What the purpose of like the universe, why we live, and everything happens in this way, like all this kind of stuff. Neon circle. Like really, there is nothing more left. We all just like combat the entropy. Everything, starting from us and in like with like the stars and the galaxies. And each of us like follows this scenario and creates his own like purpose in the life. Like we have like personal purpose in the life, which everyone finds by him or herself, usually very accidentally. And like on the globally, this still's the same. We fight the entropy. Like I know, like this is like really simple, but this explains everything. Like I think the purpose is to experience it. Listen and listen. Needs to change the bandage. As for the experience, yes, another interesting take. which arises just a little bit different question. To whom we are sending our experience? For who? Who is like listening our experience? Like, where do we collect the data? Where is this gigantic corporation located? Huh? In some way, yes, everything is experience. Very big variety of experiences. Sometimes you think, I wish I never experienced this thing. And I don't know, like, not everything we need to experience. Why? Why we should experience like everything? So I have found the better solution to check all my presets. Just follow the list and open one by one. Why does that matter? Yes, like no, like I mean, I'm losing a little bit like the context of my own thought. No, why does the experience need to go anywhere? It's really, I don't know, this arises just a little bit another the object to think about. In the religion and in some way like around like the science, we are kind of like the same like organism in some way, like humans. If we speak about like the mushrooms, they are like as far as I know, they have like the connection like around like the whole plant, so they can communicate with each other. So like if you see like the mushroom, it's not just a single mushroom, it's like the collective mushroom, and they collectively communicate with each other and all this kind of stuff. Is if we like speaking about like just humans in general. Again, I'm not superstitious person, but I have heard like these chronicles of Akashi, all these kind of like these how this thing called information like sphere around us. So like we all somehow like connected. We can sometimes feel what other person feels like at very long distances. So we have sometimes like this interesting and fascinating like work of our subconscious. And this kind of like arises like the question, like maybe we are like just tiny parts of like of a more gigantic mechanism. Who knows? This is just like possible, one of the million theories which might lead to nowhere, but who knows? And the question arises, to whom we send this information, you know? I remember like my uncle said me he read somewhere like this like theory that the mighty like creature this creature is not able to get to these places, so he sends his like fingers to the reality to experience this universe, to touch this, to understand, and these fingers the humans like angels and blah 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 blah. So this is like one kind of like fantasy theory. It's just a fantasy, you know. Let's. But if we assume this is true, like this is might be the reason why we like all gathering all this information and send it somewhere. You know, this might explain why we all experience all this stuff. But still, like, who and how receive this data from us? You said up to corporation. Corporation, this is like a metaphor. This is kind of like a joke, a metaphor, like giga corporation, you know, God, creature, the creator, who knows, you know, corporation. Like, this is just like funny the metaphor to describe something where we send the data. Maybe it's like we are in the matrix. That's it. Who knows? I'm very familiar with what you speak of. That sounds almost like Lovecraft. I understand that. I was just reminding you where we are in conversation. Ah, yes, like the experience. Like I'm not sure like about like the purpose of life is to experience. I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know. However, we do these things all the time. We experience all the time. Experience things. I guess to figure out like, oh no, do not do this ever again. Like, no, no, no. Please, no, no. No more experiments with these things. We had enough. then this is like kind of cool idea, yes. Reset underwater. Lots. Next, preset table. Preset table. Colors. Colors. Palms. Palms. Nothing. Nothing. Star. What do you mean nothing? It's impossible. There should be something. Huh? What? Yeah, no. I don't use this thing anymore. Okay, so this is deprecated actor. Shell 5. Yo, what philosophy is you into? I am into the Stoicism. The Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, all these guys. The Stoicism. I find this thing like really interesting. You just remind me of a poem. Which one? Oh. Hello. Welcome in, Maximus. Maximus. This feels so like a Roman name. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Feet on the ground philosophy. Feet on the ground. Let me make sure that this is some sort of... I got it. Yes, this is like more grounded philosophy. This is 100%. Again, like so many, you know. I just in general love the therapy, and you know, and therapy usually like teach you to be like more like grounded, to be more grounded. And I was surprised that the therapy was based on the philosophy of the Stoicism, and I was like, huh, let me read it a little bit, you know. And I started like read like the moral letters to like Lucio, and was like, whoa, so deep and so true, you know. Some things that you've come to like to your mind like over like the years of like living, and you know, like wow, you know. So I just like I keep learning. Very often we like read the philosophy on this stream, and we discuss like what the author thought on this kind of stuff. I heard Epicurus is a blast for people that like Stoicism. Yes, he is one of like the pillars. Yes, Epicure. Yes, the Seneca was like he took one of his like thoughts. Yes, the Zenon Kitiski, the Epicurus. Yes, Marcus Aurelius, the Epictetus, Seneca, Epicurus. Yes, Epicurus. I thought the Epicurus was, as far as I remember, like the history, he was like the giga warrior back in the days. So yes, the tough times, they created like these people. I just read Meditations and bit of Seneca. Ooh. So you are the way more like knowledgeable philosopher than I am. Like, oh, I lost my mouth. So you know, I think more than I do. So because I'm still like reading. Like usually when I have the time in the evening. Yes, I love. And I learn like what does this means, like the meditation according to the Stoicism. Yes, unfortunately we have lost like almost all of the data during like the fire in like the Alexander library. But still we got like the base of like the Stoicism. Meditation is a short book, nothing crazy. Really? Well, maybe I am. I am just a little bit like lazy. I don't know that, but this is like this is like the meditation book. Yes, Marcus Aurelius. This is like the meditation, but this is like the Epictetus. What are like how this thing how to translate? What is our like goodness, like something like that? Not sure. And yes, it's quite a book. But again, I guess I'm just enjoying the time, just reading this stuff like during the evenings, like really slowly and thinking about like this stuff, like thinking, like I'm just like I'm thinking, try to understand what the author wanted to try to say. Probably lots of notes in that one. And big intro. Maybe the notes, maybe the font. Yes, yes, for example, the Enchiridion, for example. So yes, these are like my Stoicism philosophy. All I guess yes, these are all I got. Like this, the Enchiridion. Look at this book, like. But literally, this is like 20 pages. Like in Enchiridion, there are only like literally 20 pages. So the rest is just like the comments, like the references, the explanation, all this kind of stuff. My meditation has less than 200 pages. Huh. So let me check it. $200. Yes, you exactly. You know, the 184, and the Marcus Aurelius ends, and starts the Epictetus. So yes, I guess you just like you're a better reader than I am. You read these things way like with more passion, with more like power. I don't know like how to explain this thing. And it's short format book. Nice. Yes, I'm glad. Welcome in. Be healthy. Erasmian Folly. Yo, hello. No, the book is for everyone. I mean, like, this is maybe my personal thing. I love to read, but like I don't know, like it feels a lot. Like in short, I have so many tasks on the background nowadays. Like I'm developing the game, I'm start learning the C++, I also writing my own engine, and I also try to create like different like these stream overlays, plus just in general life, and I guess I just like I don't have like too much time to do these things. And sometimes I want to do nothing. So yes. This is, by the way, against like a little bit against the philosophy of the Stoicism. Like the Seneca said, you know, be moderate. Never go to these heights or these heights. Be somewhere here, you know. Do not overdo, but again, do not be lazy. Welcome, Erasmian. Welcome. By the way, what's a nice coincidence? Erasmian, he is awesome philosopher. Like he started this thing, so he knows like this stuff. The Maximus, he just like finished like the reading like the philosophy of the Stoicism. So more philosophers in our chat community. Thank you, thank you. How's you? I do like Epicurus. Awesome, like. You know what? Like entire my life, like I'm how much oh, I'm about like 34, I guess. About. I never once met a philosopher entire my life, not at once. But soon as I start like streaming, we got like I don't know like 5 or 6. I am giga grateful and happy, like really so proud to have you here like in the chat and all this stuff. Nice. Yay, yay. I wish I knew the philosophy like earlier or sooner, like I don't know. It's nice to be here. Thank you, thank you. I think my favorite philosopher is Maimonides. I don't know. Like again, I'm I'm the philosopher, the beginner. I know like only the Stoics. Wow, he has so many names. Interesting. So many things. Like oh my god, so many things. Like how to like find like the time to all this to do all this stuff. Like amazing. Shelf 5 colors copy. Shelf 5 colors paste. Oh yes, and by the way, I'm the game developer making like the vibe. This synthwave sandbox. This is like giga customized like game. So I think I will try to blend the philosophy into this thing. Like I should, or maybe I should not. So this is like this synthwave. So everything is giga customizable again. Like we can customize like the game rules, the game modes, the atmosphere, the interface, the player customizations like weapons, and also we have like the built-in game editor. Everything works in multiplayer. Also it has like the storyline, and you like progress the game by like getting like the storyline by like small pieces, and you progress the game by doing any activity in the game. So basically you can even do nothing and you will get like the experience, and you spend this experience to unlock new elements of the surroundings and set the like visual style of the surroundings, and eventually you will get like, you know, all these like beautiful things, you know, another reference to the philosophy. And in general, this is like the digital world, so it's like synthwave plus again like 80s Miami. I love the palms. I love like this Art Deco style, and it's a little bit of Tron, so it's kind of like digital world. So the NPC in this game, like the lore, they know that this is the game, you are the player, and you are communicate with each other, something like that. Again, like all the atmosphere can be like changed. We have like the pre-made presets. So for example, this like sunset, or like this, for example, like I don't know, like winter. So you know, have these things. what next, like any different like stuff. And again, this is like, this can be customized in real time, completely change everything, like shape, color, clouds, all this kind of stuff, atmosphere, do whatever you want, create your own vibe, something like this, you know, this synthwave goes to like everything, like even like the underwater, all this kind of stuff. So a lot of neon. And I'm making like this game together with my brother. I'm the programmer and he's the 3D artist. And yes, these are like the streams where I create like all this stuff behind the scenes. I missed like the chat. Oh, I don't know. My monides. What kind of stuff do they do? That's fair. I'm all good stuff. God stuff. Maybe I did mean Epictetus before, not Epicurus. Epictetus. They are like, they part of like this, like they are like the pillars of like the Stoicism. The Epictetus, the Epicurus. It's hard to say how, like who is like more like popular or something like that. Okay, I haven't read much Epictetus. Nice, probably very different, but I do like Kierkegaard. Amazing. I'm not familiar. Me myself, not familiar, but Kierkegaard is amazing. So yes, you are true philosophers. Like we have like giga philosophers. You know like these names. Awesome. He talks a lot about religion and faith and has a good critique of regret. No philosopher made me more terrified on the question who I am, like Kierkegaard did. Thank you. I remember going really deep into existentialism because I got very lost on the who I am question. I think in the end I kind of took ideas from Camus and Nietzsche, but still really enjoy Kierkegaard. Oops, that's thank you to Maximus99, appreciate that. Interesting. Who I am. This is like this depends on to what structure you join, you know. You can join to structure A and you might call yourself I am A follower, I am A. If you join structure B, you are B, C, D, E, F, G. But basically you just like, we are humans, we are some sort of like, we are adaptable creature which joins to any structure, and our ego like starts to like build itself like according to the rules of this structure. And as soon as this structure like breaks, our ego experience like the pain, let's say. And but basically you are everything and nothing at the same time, you know. Our ego is kind of like, in some way it's like artificial construction. You can be anything, like just the main criteria is to have the flexible mind. But the better approach is to combine different structures. Combine A plus B plus C plus D plus E, F, G, and some way you will get the structure W, which is the most like kind of stable. But overall, we all combat the entropy, and we find like the structures and find the persons who have the illusion that they understood how the world works, and we follow like their ideas, their structures. Basically, that's it. But again, I already told this thing like on the last stream. This is what I was thinking about for 20 years. But this is just my own conclusion. Turns out it was quite... The answer is quite simple. Maybe we will have more questions. Look at this shader, like, I love it. I love this shader for this head. Yes, definitely. So we got way more philosophers here. I will do my best, and I will add more visual effects to the stream overlay. So I'm working on really something cool. We'll be there soon. Very cool stuff on that screen. Thank you. Yes, and the cool thing is that we have like pre-made synthwave surroundings with the quest and all of this stuff, but also you'll be able to create like your own stuff, your own philosophy, your own structures on top of this thing. Yes, this is kind of like the combination of different styles. Art Deco plus Synthwave plus Tron, maybe I guess some antique things. So this is like Lepozhdin vibe style. And yes, I show all this stuff. Yes, I have some missing. Oh, I have some missing things because I broke them. So not all visible models. But this is like I show like when you like complete some sort of like the demo, you will see like the style of the game, like what you were able to like to see, to react, to build, to change. So this kind of like this style. I have like two suns at the same time, so we don't need the night. So yes, where was I? I was like all these like months I was like yo the demo is soon, yo the demo is soon, and no, now I need to prepare like myself for the future of Unreal Engine 6, and you know, I have decided to add to understand like the new technologies, and the demo is not here. However, if you really want to like have like the key, play the game, just let me know. I will give you the key, and you can play the game like anytime, see it by yourself. They updates every week. I keep update the game every week. Fear of death seems to be quite the motivator. That glowing past the rainbow stat I need in my room. You know, someone I think like someone Probably will jump to the Persian vibe and like, oh, I need to make the same furniture. This might be the case. Well, it's it's realistically to create like this stuff. Because what? Because what? We have like the shader, basically. We have the mathematical expression that do this stuff. So if you have like a lot of like these screens, so you could combine like these cubes, like tiny TV sets. If you combine them with like the help of like the miracle, and basically you put our mathematical shader and you have the same thing in real world. Or you can use like the projection with the help of like the projector, of course. Or the AR, augmented reality. Maybe like I did some experience with like mobile. Perhaps I can create like the application so you can just like place these things inside of your apartment, but only visible via the phone. I don't know like what's the purpose, but I can do this thing. Maybe someday. Maybe someday. Yeah, I think easy to forget the possible finitude of life. Finitude. Oh, interesting words. Finitude. Finitude. Ah. Finita la commedia. Uh-huh. Yes, I don't know. This is like true. Like, I guess me, myself includes. Sometimes we often think like, I'm immortal. Like, yo. And live like the immortals. And this is, sometimes this is the problem. I don't understand why it would be bad if it's not possible. Yes, I want it made like a plush of this. I have a projector for Halloween themes. Fun. You know what? You know what? The idea for you. I saw like in the net, in the like internet, there is like some sort of projector. You draw like the grid on the wall, and it's kind of like 360 projects like the light on the walls, and you can project like any like image to the wall and like create like 3D image. And so you need to have like, I guess, some sort of like this sphere, maybe, I guess so. You need to have like some sort of like the square sphere. Yes, the square sphere. And you like put this thing like according to your room. And you could create like this, this HDR picture and put this thing inside of the projector. And where you can create this HDR picture? Inside of the vibe. So you could create like, put like the assets in the editor, like to match them to your room. I guess create like the projector. This will be possible because we are entering like the area of C++. So you could create like this sphere and later put the sphere to the projector, and you will get like physically the vibe like that you built inside of like the engine. You can project this thing to your wall, something like that. This is like the real case. Or this simple, really simple case, you just like without this sphere, you just like project like the PNG image or like a video. This is like the way more easy, like faster way, I would say. Again, it's just like you can do this this and that and this and that and this and that and this and that. So where am I? Well, you would make a great vampire. Yes. Do not understand what you mean. Apologize, let me think of better word then. Okay. And now we back. So what am I doing? I am rewriting like the structures to make it more extendable, expandable, all this kind of stuff. Colors paste. Today we also worked with like C++, so I was making like the structures for the atmosphere. So the last like week I transferred this atmosphere, like I started transfer this my custom atmosphere to C++ to make this everything like way faster, optimized, and just in general I also like learned the C++ and preparing myself for the future when the creators of this engine, they will get rid of this like language code, like which code like the blueprints. They will introduce the new one, which potentially is a great thing. But anyway, it's a good practice to know the C++. And plus, like our game, like the Lipogen vibe is something like really something like not a common thing, and not a really standard case of like just a game, just in general. So it's kind of like the engine inside of the engine in some way, like I don't know. And in order to create like the cool stuff that I want, I always in some way, like to explain, in Giga creative mode, to fight with the engine, to make like with like the standard methods, to make the engine to do what I want, what I would love to have. And so far the C++ kind of like untied my hands, and I can do all this stuff, but in more efficient way. But this is complicated. Oh, complicated. This takes the time, but this is like the journey, not the destination. Preset neon cube is already there. I think so. Copy. Yes. Circle. Next circle. Copy. Yes, already there. Long stream. Yes, indeed. Is it? 5 hours, 5 hours. Quite fair, quite fair. I started a little bit like later these days, so I decided to start streamers a little bit like later, because I still have like really really crazy sleep schedule. So I go to sleep at like 5, 6 in the morning, and I wake up like around like 1 hour at the day, 2 hours, and like I'm just like and I need to have the breakfast and after that I start the stream, and somehow this works, because like most of you guys join the stream like these times, so it's like benefits to everyone. I don't understand why people fear death. 5 hours. It's really, I guess, it's some way kind of like simple answer, but it's in some way it's not simple answer. It's there are so many variables in this like fear of the death, you know. So many, like a lot of psychological like let's say in quotes like problems, like plus this is like the fear of the entropy, the unfulfilled like tasks, like the possible like pain, the fear of unknown, who knows. Like on the other hand, like there are some people who like please, you know, but just in general, you know, it's sad in some way. It's sad, like, you know, we all will miss each other. Like it's sad. Like I really appreciate you being around here, like really, you know, Rodrigo, Mix, S, like you, like Maximus, like all you like philosophers, like who joined, like Erasmian. Like it's nice that we have like this opportunity, the possibility to like to meet each other, to have the discussions, you know, to drink the cold tea, like to sit in this like heat, to observe these beautiful palms, the vibe, all this kind of stuff. Like man, like we all will miss this thing. Like so in some way it's understandable. So we should enjoy like what we have. Yuck, I empathize with that. I don't do that anymore. Ads. Long ads. The worst timing for the ads. I was just like making like this speech, the inspiration speech, I guess. I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I value my existence enough to be terrified of ceasing to exist. Also, if the life is truly finite, then things like morals don't really have an epistemological justification in a strictly finite universe. A philosophy like the law of the strongest might make right becomes incredibly strong. That's just my take. Yes, like you're like the regret of like non-existence when you like with such hard like effort build all this stuff around you. It's understandable, frustrating. As for like the infinity world, I don't know. Like the Stoics, they believe that the world is like have it has like this cycle. Who knows? Who knows? But they made such conclusion just by pure logic. They observed like the existing things. So like the tree grows, creates like the fruit falls. From the fruit we got like the Siemens, how this thing called? Like the core to create another tree. So it goes like this. So they somehow took this concept from like the tree, and they believe that we have like in physics like three theories of like how the universe dies, like the great extension, the great shrink, and this like flip-flop ping-pong like style. As for like the philosophy of the strongest thing, I don't know. This, you know, in some way this does not work because of the neuroplasticity first, and because of like the constant damages of our body, aka the aging. You know, you could be like the strongest guy in the like, or girl in the country, but this guy has invented like the gun. No? If we do not take like the gun, anyway, like the inventation, like the neuroplasticity, this still could put like the smarter above like the strongest, and the strongest can put it's kind of like, I don't know, like the philosophy, like the Stoics, they said like we all like bind together to we all together, we should like kind of like fulfill something like together, like do something together and find these things like together. In some way this kind of like leads to the theory that I like discovered, like we all like fear of like the entropy. We fight with the entropy. So in some way we all should like combine our efforts, like our structure A, structure B, structure C, and we should some way find like these like bridges between these structures, and to figure out what's like this what's the strongest structure, you know, in order to like to defeat this entropy, which is like currently is like winning, like guarantees like thing is winning. So in some way this is like the grand call for any matter, for anyone, like not just humans but also for like water, rocks, trees, like sun, universes, galaxies, all these like animals. Everybody is like doing like what they can in order to prevent like the like non-existence in some way. So I prefer like I like the concept of like the Stoicism, like we should work like together. I like to be alive. Yes, I want to do things. Yes, as well. I love living. I'm just fine with being a primate. So it's another option. Yes, we have endless options. I want to experiment things. Why do morals need to be justified? I'm not sure that I fully understand like the grammatical meaning. I'm not sure, like the moral could be potentially, I'm not sure that, but the moral could be anything that helps to maintain and create maintain the structure. So the moral could be like, if you're not one of us, our moral says we should eliminate you. This could be also like the moral. But this more speaks about like this structure who like commands you to do this thing. This structure that rigid, like the only A is correct, anything else is incorrect, the life will destroy the structure no matter what. You know, this is just how it works. This is not, do I want this thing, do I do not want this thing. The life will put this thing on the knee no matter what. So it's always like combine structures, create new structures, combine new structures, create new structures. So it's like really rigid way of thinking that only this way is correct. And this is one of the reasons why we are like all mortals, because like at some point we lose the neuroplasticity and we are getting lazy. We are getting lazy in order to learn something, like try something new, like, and we start to get rigid, you know, only A is correct, you know, something like that. And they the biology, okay, get out of here, next. So in order to be like live, for example, about for eternity, you need to have like the perfect neuroplasticity, or at least like the habit to change your like ego, your mind, your structure like all the time. Otherwise you could like potentially go crazy. And this is like the reason why you should like, your ego should be like flexible, and you in some way operate on the level of psychosis, which is not a safe thing, by the way. The Stoics are very deterministic, and I don't really buy into their metaphysics. I just like to extract their philosophy as a form of philosophy of life. True, perhaps this is like the true, yes. Again, we should discuss this. This is like why I would love to like sometimes have like this discussion in the conversations, you know, because the Stoics, they lived approximately like 2000 years ago, so they had some, you know, the lack of the knowledge, you know, the lack of the variables, the lack of like the context. So maybe they are in some way outdated, you know, they need to know something more, you know. So we should like discuss again, like if you only one thing, you probably, again, this is something like I only A is correct. So it's kind of like we should think and discuss. Yes, we could take one from this, one from this, from this, and then basically this is like the endless process. You're asking that question as pro morals or anti morals? Of course, but don't worry about what you have no control over. That's just my own. But why worry about what you have no control over? That's my own perspective. This is like the Stoic perspective as well. But that's of the group, not individual. For me, it's like, why worry about your loved ones? Because we have feelings. For me, it's like, why worry about your loved ones? We have feelings. Couldn't agree more with that. It's a rule for me to learn something every day. But that's fear of someone else's death. It's something that we don't have control either. So yes, according to like the Stoicism, like they do not worry about like the death in overall, because it's not under their control. However, so this is kind of like the point where people could misunderstood like the Stoicism. So it's not just like accept and do nothing, you know, this is not under your control. No, this is still in your control in some way, your actions, your thoughts, and your emotions. So you're in your control, you know. Do not eat like the junk food, like go to the gym, something like that. Go to like university, study biology, combine with other scientists. Let's find out what are like the telomeres in our body, why they shrink, why they like they exist only to until like 21 cycle, how we can extend these telomeres, you know. These are your like real steps that you can do. For the context, the telomeres, maybe I'm pronounced this thing incorrect. Basically, the telomeres, these are like the things in each our cell, which allows each cell to regenerate 21 times. After that, the cell is dying, basically. And if we find the way how to remove this limitation, the humanity could enter into like the immortality. But this is like the big problem here with these telomeres. If we unlock this like the endless regeneration, this opens like the door for the cancer, because the cancer in some way it removes this like limitation, and it regenerates, recreates itself like with like the crazy speed, and it's actually kills like the humanity. But we have another problem. We have a problem with our mind, like with the neuroplasticity. So like, can you imagine like people who live like 1,000, 2,000 years ago, they live now, like they would live like crazy, you know? The same thing will be with us in 2,000 years. So we need to be like in some way really adaptive, like the mind. Or we should have like the structure that helps you to be like in some way like adaptive and not lose your mind. So this is kind of like not only just like the matter of like the biology, it's also the matter of like psychology. So we like the person should be like prepared like the mentally to be like immortal or something like that. It's not just like simple, just like that, like take a pill and that's it. If you don't have a justification for morals derived from an axiom of truth, you're operating on subjectivism, because everyone is making up their own truth. The concept of immorality becomes entirely subjective and quite possibly just a social construct. Yes. So usually I think yes, the morality is more like social contract. Like yes, I can like find like the like inside of my head like some examples where like people did like really cruel, crazy stuff, and they said like, yes, this is like the moral, this is like good, you know. The truth, what is the truth? This is like the problem with the truth. The truth starts like shaking these structures. We have the moral, yes, make everybody like suffer. We have the moral. We are the super moral people. And here comes the truth. If everyone is suffer, it's like bad for the humanity. You should not make other people suffer. Oh no, they are intruders. They want to like conquer us. We should like make this thing like people disappear. This is like moral. You know, it's really we need more. We need more education on every layers of the society. And, you know, the truth. The truth. How can we define the truth, you know? Really hard to define the truth, because even like the truth could be subjective and only true for the certain period of time, and for only for the certain like places. I don't know. I agree, but that's not what I mean. I fear of your own death. I love myself. I feel the same about me. I'm Christian. I just use this approach to show the necessity of God for morals. Human, atheist, and empathy is all I need. Again, like these are like the philosophical structures, like they help people to maintain their own structure, you know. On the basic level, like this is like really like the core. We all afraid of like the entropy, the non-existence, and we join like the structures that allows us to feel more like secured, you know. For some people, religion is kind of like really bad place to be. Like they like could use this thing as the punishment tool, not as for the helping tool. The same with the philosophy, the same with like the technologies. It's like always like it might have like two sides. But yes, these are things they help. And I guess again we should see the other structures. A, not only just A, not only just B, not only just C. We should like, this is good, but this thing and this thing is bad. So let's remove this thing. Yes, remove, and now we have a good thing. You know, this kind of stuff. Genocide in that Bible. Again, like I understand what you're talking about, but this is more about, I guess, on some personal levels, you know. We have like dark traits of our like psychology. Some people, for some reasons, they act in some way really destructive, and destroying way, and they could put a shadow over the whole movement, unfortunately. So we should like I think we should like separate like some people who made like really bad stuff from the idea. The idea might be really cool, like the core of these things, like, you know. Yes, maybe again like the structure. I haven't seen the ideal structure like in our world yet. So we all kind of like trying to create something that should, or that this might help us. Nothing really perfect in this world, and never be. So we should like differentiate, like, oh yes, no, this is like, okay, forget about this guy who did all these horrible things, but what about like the core? You know, maybe this is like, this makes sense. Oh, Stoics. This makes sense, yes, and this and this and this, but this is like, no, this is like, this does not work at all in like proven like 100%, blah 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 blah, something like that. So again, like we should combine like these structures. This is like the better way to like to find the truth, you know. No, truth philosophy is what you did ago, asked what's the truth and how defining the answer. That's philosophy. I don't know, like for me right now it's like quite simple. We just like find the structures that makes us like comfortable. For now, this is like, this explains like almost everything. For someone like structure to like be like the criminal, for some structure is to be like the saint, I don't know, like, but overall we all like want to find like the structure that helps us to like in some way, let's say in quotes, survive. Because the structures are all about the structures. And the moral is kind of like I guess the set of like the rules that supports like this structure. I guess this sounds like logical. Morals should not come from others. Interpretation of a book thousands of years old, written by Jewish nomads. Morality is complicated, and a lot of ancient morality is still applicable today. It's not about rejecting it as a whole, but looking at it and seeing what's still applicable today. Example, like being anti-theft and murder is a decent moral road. Yes, like yes, this is like I think that's what I just said, that not everything is perfect, but some of the things, they are like, yes, we should like follow these rules. Again, I this is like the best explanation. Like the morals is just like is kind of like this set of rules that helps to maintain like this structure. The structure is, this could be like you, like if someone like do like the criminal stuff, this basically like destroys all structures, no matter what, good or bad. They do like the criminal stuff, like they blow the things, they destroy these things, all this stuff. And we decided, okay, so in order to maintain our own structures, we do not take into the consideration, are these structures good or bad, something like that. But in order to maintain our structures, we agree that this is like immoral to blow these structures, you know. This is like how the moral, I guess, works. It's obvious for survival of the group death penalty. These like morals, again, like I don't know, like morals. Some people says like this is like we have our A and this is B, so death penalty. This is like the highest morality. Like there are some structures like this in this world. It's obvious, but there are also other religious morals that have different application. Examples: some religions forbid eating the meat of predators like lions, etc., which sounds arbitrary until they realize the risk of illness that comes with this. Oh yes, this is the, yes, I said this like so like logical and explains these things. Like yes, morality, this like do not eat, this is like sacred like rule, something like that. But in some way this helps you to maintain this structure. Like you are not only, you are the part of like this structure in general, but also you as like the single individual, you are the single structure. This moral also helps you to be stable, you know, to not disappear, basically. So set of like the rules to maintain like this structure that we all decided, okay, I will join to this structure. I will join to the structure of atheism. I will join to structure like God believer. I will change the structure of like the science. I will join like the structure of like the like philosopher. I will join the structure of non-believer. I will join the structure of like something like that. So we all join to the structures and we just like, okay, this the morality of this structure, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, Y, J, K, L, N, O, P, you know, and you kind of like live in this way. Someone decide, okay, I will create my own structure. We will do our own structure. Sure, Old Testament food rules were for the same reasons. Yes, yes. Like, but we also need to understand, like, we need to re-evaluate these like morals, like these rules to maintain like the structure, because some of the things, they are outdated. We have like for example, we have like these vaccines, we have like the boil water, like all this kind of stuff. We have like the magazine, like the grocery stores. Like for example, we don't need the moral anymore, like to like boil water before you drink it. Like there was like the secret rule of our tribe: always boil water before drink it, you know. Now like we need to like, okay, maybe we should re-evaluate this thing, you know. Again, we should not be like really to follow only like a really rigid structure, so only A and nothing more. Like this is like really unhealthy. Yeah, I think the best kind of morality is morality that draws from different sources. I think inherently there is no morality in the world and we have to decide it for ourselves, but using empathy as foundation is a decent starting place. Um, I agree with the second part. As for the third, I need to put this thing into like the translator. There was like the speech I was not able to comprehend completely. Oh yes, yes. The morality that's gather the inspiration from the different sources. Yes, the empathy is really good source of the morality as well, because we all have like the empathy zones of our brain, and we like, very often there is like such a state when a person he experienced a lot of like bad stuff in his or her life, and he feels when someone like suffer, or like it has like no money, has no like relatives, has like this disease or that thing, and he kind of like he feels, he experienced this thing, and we all like starting like, okay, let's create something like maybe the morality to like prevent this thing from happening. So yes, the empathy is kind of like a good foundation. However, the empathy zones, they not just like arise just like that. Some people have like the like literal like disease, like not the disease, yes, some disease, but some like they burned, like they birthed, they spawned in this world without like the access to this zone of the brain. This is like how it goes. This is not their fault, but they don't have like the access to the empathy. For other people, they need to develop these zones of the brain. So this takes time. As Marcus Aurelius said, like, we need, like, they are not there yet, so we need to work with them, like with the patience in some way, with these people. Sources based on what and whom. I guess just the life, just life. I don't think that there will be like giga like firm source that you should take everything from this. No, this is like the really bad approach and dangerous. Anything, your own thoughts, moral philosophers, religious morality law, not that you have to agree with everything, but it's worth at least considering all of it and why those morals beliefs exist. Yes, yes, exactly. This is the only way, like A, B, let's see. Okay, yes, good. C, D, okay. No, no, this is like, wait, we should not have like this guy ruling like our like society. No. Okay, what else? Huh, this is like good, yes, better, yes, but this now we can get rid of this, and yes, this our structure is way stronger. And this structure is like on every level of the like of our lives, not only just like in society, but our hobbies, our like music preferences, games, like all this kind of stuff, languages, even like the languages, you better to have like different like languages, to know, to be able to communicate at least at some like okay level with someone to understand like these structures and create like something new. Like I think the globalism in some way is a good thing, Yes, we kind of like making our like structures a little bit, like shallow. But again, if you're only A, the world, the history will crush you, like whether you want it or whether you don't want it. Like no matter, the life will destroy your structure. You know, we, if you like only like I'm the one, the correct one, everybody join me. Like no, it's no. The life always shows that this is not gonna happen, my friend. Never, never. I'm class or agnostic, but there are a lot of things from a lot of the religions that I appreciate. A lot of the time you realize most people kind of agree on certain things but disagree on how to get there. Yes, this is like what yes, again, like be open to like these things, like truly open. And again, like this is what was I was like fascinated about. Like a lot of people, they say about like basically the same things in some way. Like the core idea is the same, but like these people belongs to like structure A and this to structure B, and the structure A says like never structure B in our lives, and structure B says never structure A in our lives, and they start like fight these things, you know. But on the core base level, they speak about the same thing. But the structure A and structure B, they have no tolerance to the frustration. The tolerance to frustration is to like the truly strong mind to be able to like to be in some way like to not hold completely, to not follow completely on the structure, on the single structure. Have the open mind and ability to add new ideas or get rid of the ideas, something like that. This is like this was like the paradox. Again, this explains by this thing really easy, because like fear of the entropy, like structure shakes. We have a fear, the fear of like non-existence of the entropy, and here comes the ego. It starts defending itself, and here comes the fear. Here comes the anger. The anger starts like these wars. However, everything we spoke about the same thing. This is what like the irony. Oh, I agree, it's worth considering, but you still mill it around your own brain and have your own perspective. Of course, of course. Of course. If you just completely like dive into like the structure, oh yes, we have found like the perfect structure. Oh yeah. No, this is another the dead end. And this is why we have like the mortality, I guess so. We always like kind of like update people to like in order to like create like the new structure, update new structure, bring new ideas, get rid of the ideas, improve the ideas, and so on, so on, so on. And this is like really energy consuming process. And again, we do like usually people when they grow, they lose the neuroplasticity, they lose the like this easy state of mind to change the things, you know. It's no, I'm too old for this thing, I don't want to do this, no, I don't want to press any buttons, I just want to this work. So this kind of like state of like the mind, you know, this is because of like neuroplasticity. The new people, they have like the neuroplasticity like peak, they can like adapt, create, innovate, all this kind of stuff. So it's always like I don't think that we will like in the nearest future we will find like the perfect structure. I think this is like the endless process until we will be able to, I guess, until we will be able to create like the new universe, or until we will be able to travel to the quantum reality. I think this is it. I think after that, doesn't matter. But this is like a little bit later. A little bit later. Hi, hello, hello. So I'm going back to chat. Yeah, 100%. I don't think people should blindly agree to a moral system. I think that's dangerous. True. I think for Christians, they believe God is necessary for morality because they believe God is the entire moral framework, and all that is God comes from God, etc. But if you accept the difference in opinion on that aspect, you will probably find a lot of the actual moral guidelines are pretty agreeable, though not all. What is particularly special? The whole love your neighbor mentality. The whole love your neighbor mentality, which I know you said earlier said is obvious for survival, and there's also the whole keen altruism explanation for it, but I don't think it makes it less relevant because we can identify the origins of that mindset. Also can be found in the writings around the world. What are you talking about? We are talking about like philosophy. So we're talking about the philosophy, the morality, like the sense of like the life, the source of the morality, and the approaches to have, I would say, more adaptable or like sustainable structure. Structure, this means like your like beliefs, your ego, your mentality, your thoughts. And we kind of like came to the conclusion that like the morality is somewhere like the set of the rule to maintain the specific structure that you joined in. And the better way to like to I don't know like to be stay alive and sane is to like check all the structures. Do not like blindly follow like only single structure, but take some of the ideas and re-evaluate these ideas. Maybe some of these things really good, we keep this thing. Maybe some of these ideas like they outdated or really like harmful, we should get rid of this thing and we like create our new structure until we find another structure and we re-evaluate these things, and this is kind of like the endless process. This is like in really short. It can, but also what I mean about people having different ways to reach the same conclusion also can be found in writings around the world. No God needed. Again, like the God is, I guess, you know, I guess this was kind of like a hierarchical thing, you know. Like today we could say like the influencer, you know, who knows? The grandfather mother figure, you know. This is like the metaphor. And the resistance to like this metaphor about like father mother figure, this might be the resonating effect inside your own thing, you know, inside of your own mind. Because for example, there are some cases where like politicians, they like the opposed side and they fight with like the regime, this kind of stuff. Like turns out this person just had like the problems with his father, mother, you know, all this kind of stuff. There are like specific cases. I'm not saying like this is just like this means like everything, but there are some cases this was like the answer. So the person could like solve the problems with his or her parents and everything would be just okay. So but it's way different topic. Like just like it has almost no connection to this thing, I think so. From non-religious perspective, God isn't needed. But if you consider it from the religious perspective, morality is less of abstract concept and more of a real spiritual thing that is given to us. Maybe it's kind of like in the concept, maybe people of like the past, they also said, who you are to tell me what is wrong and what is right. I am the chosen one, you know? And perhaps they decided, maybe we should invent the authority. The person who can do anything to you. Huh? Maybe this was the case. Who knows? Maybe there was like the real person with like some sort of like crazy abilities. Maybe it's just like a tool, you know? The science! Ha! You know, maybe this is another case. The source, like the authority, baiting around big questions in a nice environment. So, God, I think it's unhealthy to blame someone's morals on either. Right now. Well, a religious person would say that you have free will, and so moral choice is still yours. Morality is given to us, but you have to choose to follow it, etc. Personal responsibility. Welcome to the Stoicism. There is no God, nor a point in anything. That is what makes the world so amazing. Interesting. So they aren't entirely deflecting the accountability. Motivation is a lie. It definitely was the case like that. At point in history, there is many cases of religious leaders being criticized by their own religious followers for an abuse of religious power given by God. This invisible what? What is an outside force needed to do your best for others? It feels good. So, I think there is like the tension between like the authoritarian figure that someone says like you should do this. No, I will not do this thing. This is like I guess it's in some way it's irrelevant because we're speaking about it just in general. I think in some way the god, like the science, like the idol, like the spirit, like the professor, like it's just like in some way like the authority tool. I don't know, like the person, like let's say it in quote the tool that gives you like the authority to like, yes, okay, I will listen this like this thing, this like this sounds legit. Yes, this sounds legit. I think in some way it's just simple. Again, who knows? Maybe this was like again the person like with the abilities, like godlike abilities. Maybe this was like giga smart person. Maybe this was like really powerful. Maybe this was like you know, truthable, like believable thing. You know, for somehow this works. This works for these structures, and they decided, okay. I think the only again this is like quite harmful for the structure if they think that this is like the only source. This is like the only source of like the morality. This might lead a problem to like to the structure in general. Like no offense, but this might take you in the trouble. You know. For example, if you believe that you're not supposed to like eat these berries, but no berries left in the world, what you gonna do? Problem. I think that problem comes down to faith. I personally don't agree that God is needed for morality, but I can understand if you think morality is a framework. Maybe by God it would be necessary. Framework, yes, sounds nice. I strongly feel it's dangerous. I think it's kind of like the experience when somebody like really like think that this is like the only thing, and in not another way. Yes, this is dangerous. This is dangerous for other structures, in some way. Don't get me wrong, I do have my own criticism for the religious morality, but I try to understand where they're coming from. Yes, I don't think that there is like the perfect structure. Like everybody have some like questions. It's nice to have the questions. Unfortunate that some like structures they say like you're not allowed to have the questions. It's their right, it's their choice, of course. But sure, why not? But also it's their responsibility for their choice, They might have possible consequences of such behavior. They might not, but it's still their choice and their responsibilities. They do not ask the questions. Yes, it's their own right, their own choice, as well as their own consequences of such choice. It's dangerous. Most people are chill about it, but it does cause extremism sometimes. The fear of structure. Yes, when person really tied to only one structure, and when this structure is like shaked by the life itself, it's impossible. Every structure will be like shaked by the life, no matter what you do. And if person has only one structure inside of his own beliefs, his own ego, the person possibly go to extremism. Yes. So it's it's better to have different perspective, not only one perspective. If you have only if your identity tied to only one thing, to only structure A, and if something or someone accidentally says, you know what, there is the problem with the structure A, this might cause us A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and this will collapse everything. You will be like, you're a bad person. Structure A is the structure. No. Just the fear of the entropy. This I can get behind. Show me where it is caused by. It is caused misogyny. Then two of my close friends are Muslim and Christian. Two kind of opposing religions, but they are both good people, and despite the religious difference, they get along very well. But I could also imagine a relationship where this would be a massive conflict. Nice, yes, they have it's nice, yes. They could communicate. Communication is just in general the education. Nice. In more modern religious belief, I know a lot of religious people are male and female who believe in equality between genders and are even tolerant to LGBT+. Tim Robinson wrote a book that starts like that. It's very funny. Tolerant. I was about to say that, LMAO. Tim Robbins. I have no idea the context. I think as long as there is a tolerance, it's alright. The lack of tolerance is when it becomes dangerous. Yes. Again, the lack of the tolerance. The lack of the tolerance, again, this is when person is really tied to only one ideology. So the person thinks, oh, yes, I have a fear of the entropy and I need to find something. Oh, yes, I have found this structure. I hold this structure. And as soon as someone decide yo, this structure is destroying other structure, we should do something about this thing. No, my structure, you are bad. So this is kind of the behavior. But if you like, okay, I will make myself not like this, but like this. So you could lean like this, something like that. You know, or maybe like, you know what? Come here, like, touch this thing. Ah, how you feel it? Nice, yes. What about yours? Oh, yes, also nice, 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 yes. I think this approach is more like better. My structure should be only structure, is when you gotta draw a line and say that belief is not okay. Everything like, well, I think in some way it's now understandable. Like when someone is like do this link, these aggressive things, this is just fear inside of his mind. He fears that like his structure is like is irrelevant. Like this is like the big problem of like the mind. Like our mind, our own ego don't like to be wrong. Like we want to be like I am correct, I am right, all this kind of stuff. So how can I be wrong? So as soon as they tie the ego, like their own mind, to the structure, they come like just one self. Like they lose their identity, and they think like if someone attacks the idea or like criticize or like something like that, you know, or ask the questions, this person it thinks that this person attacks this person, like personally, like me myself. They kind of like do not differentiate themselves from like the structure and themselves, like their own ego. They somehow they blend into this thing like together so tightly, and as soon as you just ask the questions, this person like feels this existential fear of like the entropy, and here comes like from the fear the anger, the aggression. Oh, you're like A, B, C, D. You're no. So this is what comes this thing. This is like on like the base of the core, like on the core. This is what like the problem so far. And in some way we should like to like train in ourselves the ability to tolerate the frustration. You know, to be able to be without structure, to create our own structure, to like re-evaluate our own behavior, you know, to observe our thoughts, our emotions, our decisions, you know. But basically the direction like follow like I guess the main direction, you know. We all together, like the Marcus Aurelius said, like from the Stoicism, we all like humans like brother, sister, and so on, and we like in this thing they like we are here like together, and our like we have to like follow our main kind of like goal. The main goal is like so far I see is like to combat, to resist the entropy so far. This is not only just our humans goals, this is like so far for everything. This is like so far everybody like follows this like grand like call. It resists the entropy, find the way, find the solution, create like the best possible structure to resist the entropy. I think I follow and agree, but then what the fuck do I know? Like small steps, just from the small steps here comes the big path. I think nobody knows from the very beginning what's going on here, like nobody knows. And the people who says like I know for sure, like they are in complete illusion. And yes, I'm also like asking myself, like for me it seems like this explains everything. It's kind of like it feels like the truth, but is this the truth? Is this like so still needs to be open-minded and think about it like from different angles and perspective. So basically when dealing with an opposing belief, you can think Wow, cool, they have a different perspective. Second, okay, I don't really agree with that, but whatever. 3. Their belief opposes mine and must be either changed or removed. Basically, the third mindset is one we can just allow people to have. The belief opposes mine and is one we can just allow people to have. I guess, yes, I will translate this thing one more time. Yes, the third perspective, the most like kind of like destructive, I would say, like the most. This causes like all the problems, usually all the problems. And the more person getting older, like 50, 60, I don't know, no, maybe not 60, maybe like just like really old like people, they are like, no, I want to do in this way. I am 95 years old and this should all stays the same. I won't ride the horse. No cars. Destroy all cars. I want horse. You know, the entropy is gone. The entropy. The neuroplasticity is gone. And this is like the problem. But still, the base core is acting like the existential fear against like the entropy. Something like that. I think it's fine if someone wants to say, I know for sure, as long as they aren't trying to force that belief on others. Yes, yes. So again, I'm in some way, I think I'm no, but this is like so far that I have the data right now. Maybe in the future I will update this thing. I will know something different, something like that. And I'm just like sharing and a little bit like follow again like the stoicism. Like the stoics, they like never like had like the intention like our thing is like correct. Follow our like beliefs. No, they were against this thing, so but they just like share about like what they think, you know. What do you think? Well, this was like the idea. Maybe we should like the truth is more important than our own beliefs. So this is what this is word from the Seneca. So he in the moral letters to Lucilio he wrote like the thing. You think that this was said by the how like Aristotle or like Platon? You think why this is not from the Stoics? And I say this is still mine, but because what you know what you know why? Because this is the truth, and what is the truth? This is mine as well. So this is like what the Seneca taught to Lucilius. So the Stoics, they kind of like they were like really open-minded to all our beliefs and thoughts and the like the truth, the ideas. So they thought about this thing, they discussed this thing and like yes, this is actually like the truth. Yes, I accept this thing, you know, this kind of stuff. Yes, I agree. Generally speaking, it can be changed is another thing. I'm following the vibe. Yeah, I think changing sometimes mind through discussion is fine, assuming it's not a discussion forced on them anyway. Yes, yes. Like what the point? Like forcing these things? Like we have so many like variables in our lives, our own like own experience, own situations, you know. And like some people might say like, oh, the best thing in the world is to like eat these berries, you know, something like that. And it's each person has its own like unique perspective and the life experience, but in some way we're faced with the similar problems in some way. And it's you know, really nice to have the conversation with other human being like I had like this situation in my life. Have you ever had this situation in your life? Yes. Well, what did you do? Like, what was your like thoughts, ideas, you know? And you says, well, actually, I did ABC and it was fine. Or like, well, actually, I did nothing and it was fine. Well, actually, like, I want to ask you, like, what you gonna do? Like, again, this is we come back to like A, B, combine, and we got C, and we remove this, and this is like good C, and we leave. Next thing, here comes like the Bitcoin, here comes like NFT, and we like no, no, oh yes, no, yes, no, yes, and this is like the endless process, I guess so. I guess so. Again, I think the end point is when we are able to create like the galaxy, the universe, or like into the parallel universes. I guess after that point of like the technology, nothing really matters. How forced? No, I don't understand. Knocking on their door, stopping them on the streets, and forcing them into the encounter where they either have to talk to you or seem rude and polite. Probably more of a British thing though, because we are socially awkward. LMAO. Why do you take the responsibility for the things? Feelings. Walk away. I do if it's too much, but if they aren't being outright rude, I don't like just ignoring people. It's kind of like two-way process, you know? They kind of like they come to you and they attack your structure. Yo, go to follow us, like, subscribe. And you kind of like, whoa, I have my own structure. Don't push on my fear of the entropy, you know? And as soon as like, I have the structure A. Why you have this be like so forced on me? You should not be so forceful. And this person, oh, he attacks my structure. I have the fear of entropy as well. He's he's bad person. And here comes the cycle again. Not trying to be mean, but that seems like your problem, anxiety. I can empathize. I don't know. Again, like there are different people. Some people just like maybe they don't have the anxiety, but they just like they do not find like the joy in like having the conversations or take the participant in any activities. Maybe this is the case. Maybe they just prefer different things, and that's all. Sometimes the how this thing like Okama razor. But from the other hand, we should not simplify everything. Everything is not very simple in our lives. Like, despite the fact that you can read a lot of psychology and read a lot of like explanations, why and what and how, still so many nuances, so many nuances. So I will try to walk through my left the rest variables, put them, and maybe we can call it. Oh, a lot of people are similar. I think it's just one of my beliefs. I only really ignore people if they give me a reason to. I think I have anxiety. In some way, maybe yes, it's true. Like I have noticed this thing as well. Like some people nowadays, they kind of like join the structures like blindly, like trends, hypes, all this kind of stuff. How to do this thing right, how to do this correct, how to speak right, how to like how to dress correct, how to act correct. In some way, it's kind of like it feels like strange, like nowadays, like people really copy each other. Like maybe it's kind of like maybe not really applicable to people, but at least social media, everything seems to me like the same in some way. Like we lose the person's true personality, which is kind of like sad in some way. Like endless reels, TikToks with like the same sketch, the script, all this kind of stuff. Maybe the same kind of like applicable for the personality. So like they speak with like the pre-made presets, and that's it. I don't know, like I don't know. Sometimes this feels weird, but this helps them. This helps them against their fear of the entropy. Again, this is like usually for like really strong minds to have like the tolerance to this existential thing. Not many like there are not many like strong like mentally people, for the better, for the worse. I'm not sure that I am like mentally strong people, like I have no idea. It's way too arrogant to say that I know everything and I'm the one. The one! I am disabled and get out much. I enjoy connecting online when possible. Yes, this is like, well, like, unfortunate that this happens to you. Like, really, really, really unfortunate. But in some way, it's nice that we develop these structures at some point, like, so we can have like these possibilities. This is like good, you know. If we like take like preset com enter duplicate what ah if we like think about like the ancient like troops, like all this kind of stuff, like who believes in spirit, there was like the morality. If you're like not able to like hunt, you should be expelled from like this tribe, you know. All these like scary things. And where are these tribes? Somewhere, but not in this society, you know. So it's like the flexible mind and the open mind is a really cool thing. I'm not looking for anything, just being honest. Yes, it's nice. Honest, but I guess they be respectful anyway. Like, you know, people might be like honest, but but in reality, a person just like lives in his or her own, like, let's say in quotes, like trauma, and cover this thing as my like honesty. You can be honest, still just respectful, I guess. This is just like yes, this is just like off topic, small off topic. This means like, I guess, almost nothing to the topic of the discussion. Colors. Enter. Colors, yes. Bubble. I think I'm respectful. Yes, of course you are. I'm not saying that you are not. Again, I really appreciate you and enjoy the conversation, our conversation, and all this kind of stuff. Again, I just said like this. Maybe those who like misunderstood like sometimes like the concept, you know. Again, like if we go back to like all these things, the moralities, many things we got like from these different structures, they are really helpful, and just in general, like they help to maintain like the structures, you know. They helped people, they bring joy or this, a sense or this or that. But sometimes people, they kind of like twist them in a really not the original meaning of these things. And here we comes like these weird cases, like the scandals, intrigues, investigations, gossips, and all this kind of stuff. Yes, but this is just like completely different, just different thing. Oh yes, I think everything is on their place. Yes, all good here. I was enjoying the conversation. I'm enjoying the discussion too. Yes, think, think. I am as well. I am. You know what? I feel like in some way like the, how can I describe, the intellectual like pleasure in some way, like to have like these all things, like the food for the mind, for like thinking, for discussion. I really enjoy these conversations as well, like just to think about all this stuff and make another conclusions, another questions, all this kind of stuff. This is like, this is truly interesting, you know. Now I think I have like more like better understanding of like the morality, like all this kind of stuff. Like really, I think this is like quite simple, just like the morality about this is just set of the rules to maintain like the structure, all this kind of stuff. Yes, everything is like kind of like really interesting thoughts and ideas. And you know what, maybe like the future generations, they will like see these streams, like this conversation, like, yo, what are their thoughts? Wow, what are their thoughts? You're welcome. And thank you to all who joined the stream and enjoy the vibe, and for the experience, life experience as well. This wouldn't be possible without our life experience. Experience again, the experience. Experience. It's hard to get good conversation like this on Twitch. Really? Interesting. Like, usually when I join someone's stream, I initiate such conversations. Well, we got the vibe. We got the vibe. We finally have found the place. Usually it's against people's chat rules. Well, it can be rude to derail a stream, that's true. I think you know what? I think I put like the same rule in my chat, like no such things. But I guess it's just like the common, the way how it works, because like I think when a lot of people, and they all have like different like kind of like background, and it's you know, usually the streams they are more about the entertainment, you know, the hysteria, like these personal traits where you have to like show like this screaming, like these emotions, like this something is going on, something flashy, and it's more like, I'm not saying this is like something like bad or something like that. Yes, so this is like another like beautiful part of our lives, but this is like more for like the younger audience, and the neurocortex we like develop only like approximately at the age of 25, like at the best, at like, but usually at the age of 30, and even like longer. So it's like you know, plus you need sometimes like to get beaten by the life, you know, to to try to see like these different perspectives. And yes, plus I think we all like in our own way got beaten by the life, plus philosophy. Yes, like this is like a giga rare thing that's like people read the philosophy and they just like, I think in this case we're not kind of like trying to like say that yo, your people wrong, we are right. Again, this is like not this thing. It's about like just like thoughts about the eternity. Maybe this will be helpful for someone at some point of like the life, you know. It's really not that simple, everything. It's just like the discussion. I think if person is really young and this person is already tied him or herself to this structure, like this, even like the equations, even like discussion about this structure, they might like cause really a lot of like internal tension, internal fear, and fear as the result of fear, the anger, the aggression. So this is like this, if the chat is kind of like giga big or something like that, this like easy goes to like the madness in some way. I don't know. My only two rules are be humble, be mindful, pretty vague. Though. I like it. I do mindfulness practice now. Yes, yes, yes. And again, like everybody, like they have their own like rights, beliefs. We do not oppose these things. We are like we wants to understand these things as well, like, and just in general, what's going on? What's going on? Boom, boom, boom. Okay, I think, can we play press? Yes. Oh no, still got some errors. Launch zone table. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. So I will finish like these things and we are good to go. Set item custom parameter. Get reference this thing. And what we got here? Ah, ah, street deco. Colors. Colors. Get wah, wah, wah. Get reference. What else? What is this? Launch zone. Launch zone. Colors. Colors. Get reference. It has been over 6 hours. Wife, take care of you. You know what? Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, and thank you for reminder. And you know what? I think we can actually like 6 hours. It's like it's good time to stop, despite the fact that I still have something to do. But let's follow like the advice of like the philosophers of like the Stoics. Be moderate, you know, do not overdo and do not be lazy. Be somewhere in between. So it's like it was the good run, actually. It was a good run. A lot of like cool stuff. So we can finish at this point and continue a little bit later. So when our adenosine will get out from our brain in a more like easy way when we get sleep. So yes, let me see who is the online nowadays. Twitch. maybe we can go to say hello to Yana. She speaks in artist. I'm really rarely able to meet her like schedule, like when we stream. The Rodrigo is here, is there, and she's like really joyful and like energy bringing like person. Yes, a lot of little W's. Exactly. A lot of little W's. Exactly. I love it. So what should I press? Like comment? Yes, my brain is a little bit tired. So okay. We're ending like the stream on this like beautiful note. We got a lot of like good beautiful W's. We had really nice philosophical conversations, just really philosophical. Like this is like giga rare thing for me to meet like philosophers. Like, who is the philosopher? The philosopher is the one who asks the questions to him or herself about why they think in this way and why everything goes in this way. These people are the philosophers, and we got a lot of like philosophers in the chat. Yes, I thank you for the follow, thank you for the company, and yes, just in general, I'm grateful everyone for their experience, for their life experience, for their like thoughts and their presence in this world. Yes, this is amazing. So when we're gonna thank you for the stream. You're welcome, of course. So when we're gonna return? We're gonna return on Sunday. We're gonna play the Gothic, continue playing the Gothic, playing as the Stoic actually, playing as the Stoic and in this world, like the colony. And yes, I hope I will deliver more cool things like to the next stream. So yes, so we say goodbye for some period, so some amount of like minutes and hours, and we see really soon. Yes, hydrate. Oh yes, we got like cold tea and cold coffee, which is also great. Again, thank you for being with me on the stream, and we will see you really soon. I will be hanging out in Yana chat. She actually also like speaks a little bit like about the wisdom. We can redeem this window with Windows or Windows. Wisdom redeems. Double stream and good chats. Thank you as well. Really appreciate you. And everybody has a great weekend. Of course, take care and have a rest. Okay. So, bye. We will join this stream really soon.